just beginning. We got this down. Now I'm higher than the ceiling. 'Cause I ain't coming down when I'm up, when I'm up. So if you come around, bring the love, bring the love. No, I don't need no hang-ups, hey, so hang 'em up. 'Cause baby, I'ma need me some more, more. Can't get enough of the love. Give me that good time feeling, give me that good time feeling. Get enough of the love. Give me that good time feeling, give me that good time feeling. I can't get enough, no, I can't get enough. I can't get enough, no, I can't get enough.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. It is I, Atlas, joined by LS, a little sick yesterday, but has come back fully recharged, ready for day 2 here. How are you feeling, my friend?
I am feeling pretty good. I have no idea what yesterday was.
Yeah, apparently you were absolutely fine, and then absolutely not fine very, very quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah,
Wow.
I messaged you.
Yeah, I know, you did. And I said, I'm at home.
I powered
I'm about to go have a dinner.
games, and then
Yeah.
by the third one, I'm like, I can't. There's just no way.
Thankfully, we had the all-powerful Brendan Valdez to save the day, and then Brian came in with his exorbitantly large words for our second series, and things worked out quite nicely. And thankfully today, you are all rested,
Yes.
recharged, ready to go. That was an alliteration that I did not mean, but
we get
Damwon
the
are ready for some big speed runs here today. So maybe it's like a 3-game series issue that you were running into.
Oh,
and
is
so
that
now
it?
we get like 2 games, right? We get 2 games out of you? We'll
Perfect.
only need 2, in my
We'll only
personal
need-
opinion. As here we are into the points of the match. Sandbox's winning streak had been stripped due to their loss versus KT, and Damwon are getting ready for a clean sweep in round 2, and I have a feeling that they will be able to do it. I think there are 2 challenges for this squad at the moment. It's DRX and it's Gen G.
Yeah.
But I actually think at the moment, with their current form, Damwon are looking like the best team in the LCK. So see whether that's going to continue.
I think that DRX's victory over them, too, was sort of an upset if you
Oh,
look at
absolutely,
the context of that
Yeah.
series. So the other thing here for Sandbox is since Yamato has physically joined the team here in South Korea, this is their first collision with the team on the west side. So let's see how Sandbox manages to fare, because this was the big question mark. Yamato, he joined the team when Sandbox ended their west side run, and then they went on their winning streak. So let's see how the west side run ends up faring for them now in round 2.
This is where Yamato will be made to be honest, right? Like, is the Yamato buff actually real, or is it fake? Yes, this is Damwon, so this is not likely to be a victory for Sandbox, but I think there are a lot of other matchups here that are really going to, you know, test Yamato and test Sandbox, since Yamato has made it onto the roster. But Noguri losing our minds. The offensive-minded Noguri leading the charge, and of course the bottom point was Showmaker versus Fate, because Fate's stats have actually been pretty impressive since he became sort of the main mid laner here for Sandbox. But
Yeah.
speaking of impressive stats, LS, Damwon has all of them, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
First Herald percentage, pathetic.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
Oh my god.
they're gonna really want to have to go home and really think about the decisions that they're making to not have that
Exactly.
be first place. I mean,
And the fact that there are 2 stats
Right.
about the Herald here, it's just despicable.
deplorable, honestly.
Oh, 3
behavior.
losses?
I can't even believe that we're about to cast this.
I know, it's
to be
actually
honest.
disgusting. Damwon have lost 4 games, by the way, and 3 of those losses
Outrageous.
without First Herald, which is so important. Right, well, we're going to be checking out Shelly a lot this game, because that apparently is the most important step.
I want to emphasize that that was all satire right now. We were being entirely sarcastic.
We were.
One guy's on the phone right now.
Wait, do we need to point this out? Is it-
He's on the phone with Riot support. He's like, "Did you get these 2 clowns?
These
off the phone?"
hooligans! All right, well, we're going to go over the Damwon roster. Absolutely no changes. I do want to talk to you about Damwon and this 10-14 patch specifically.
Yes.
I think there are so many like subtle buffs that have made Damwon just better than they already were, and they were already the best.
Yes. And
Alistar buffs are nuts, because Beryl is like one of the best Alistars in the world.
And one of the other things about it is also Karthus.
Yeah.
Ghost has been showing his willingness to pick non-traditional marksmen.
And Canyon loved it.
Canyon was one of the Karthus players that we had in LCK. So Karthus also able to go everywhere, pretty much.
Yep.
He can go top lane, he can go mid lane, jungle, 80 carry, and honestly, you know what? With how Barrel's been looking at this split, maybe he can even go support. So.
Those wall of pains, man. Set up them ganks. Absolutely beautiful. These are going to be our key players, though. Fate versus Showmaker. Showmaker, unfortunately, was not able to win out on Champ Select when I went on that show earlier. His statistics, though, guys, are outrageous. He averages, like, ahead of his opponent by 400 experience in 15 minutes or something like that, which is just nutty. Also, about 600 gold over his opponent without necessarily being ahead in farm, which means Showmaker is winning the game for his team and then getting stuff for himself at the same time.
And we'll see how Fate is going to manage to stack up against him here. He actually has quite impressive stats, but remember when he ended up joining the lineup.
Yeah, exactly.
And what teams he was going up against in that regard. So a lot of context around those stats, whereas Showmaker, he's been here through and throughout. And honestly, I feel a 90-minute break in coming Atlas.
Yeah, I can feel that too. I do have a bone to pick with you, by the way.
Okay.
Yesterday, I think you were so sick that you forgot to vote for Chovy. There was a point where that's when we know.
Now I have an alibi.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now that's when you know. Like, there are some people, like me, for example. My mom would always know that I'm sick if I stopped eating, because basically nothing stops me from eating ever, because I'm really into food. Whereas you, if you stop voting for Chovy, that's when we know you're very ill.
I'm gonna vote for him today.
Yeah, I think you're gonna.
He's not even playing, but I'm going to.
Also, for teams like this, mid lane is going to be very important for either side. But I'm just looking forward to the draft, man. I really hope that Damwon have something special prepared, because against Sandbox, I think that Damwon can feel free to flex their muscles a little bit.
Right.
What that might mean, though, is that we're just going to get a really boring draft, and they don't want to show their hand, which I really hope does not happen.
Well, let's see what they are going to have in store for us. They're starting things off on the red side, so if there is going to be any creativity coming out, I imagine it would be here in game number 1, especially given that they have such an edge over their opponents in pretty much every single lane, because remember, Summit, so far here in LCK Summer, there's 2 versions of him.
Yep.
Summit and Plummet, and we always have to wonder which one is going to actually show up, so here comes the draft.
Yep, let's get into it. First bands to be coming out here, and we'll see what's changed as we've moved over to 10-14. Sandbox with the first finger on the trigger. Still with very similar priorities here, guys. Not a lot is going to really change, as Showmaker's Silas has been extraordinary in their most recent matches, and that's going to be the first luxury ban here on Sandbox's side, as they do have blue side advantage in that regard. Now, Damwon probably going to have to ban things like Karma and TF.
Yeah.
Volibear, potentially. Volley did get a bit of a nerf, but hasn't seemed to be enough to dock down his priority.
Volibear was taken down a pedal, especially in top lane, is where you don't really flex him, but most of the time, I mean 99% of the time, he ends up actually in jungle, so.
You'd assume so for these 2 teams as well. Although Nuggery was one of our better top lane Volibear players, it's not something that Damwon really want to mess with at this point in time. 0 seconds on the clock. Took him a long time to find the Karma button, but there it is. No surprises there whatsoever. I think as far as Karma bans are concerned, you expect Damwon to ban it more than any other team, because they never really want to pick it. And you can understand why. It's because Karma is boring. She manages to hide you in lane in a lot of situations, and then just insta-wins late games with her incredible buffs. Damwon want a style.
Really a neutralizer that is very difficult. And I think that on Sandbox, when you're going up against Damwon, you're looking for neutralizers pretty much inside of the laning phase in order to remain relevant in all of the transitional periods of the game. Kalista being taken away as well. And now Damwon, Ezreal is basically the AD carry that I think is still on a lot of people's minds. Obviously, Volibear has been taken down a notch. Twisted Fate is getting banned. But this isn't the Twisted Fate death patch, which is next one.
Yep.
We're probably not going to see him anymore.
Ooh,
Zoe is B1 tier by Sandbox, giving complete control over to Damwon to respond now.
It's a pretty comfortable Ezreal lock-in if they want to go for it, but Varus is available as well, and Damwon do have flexibility options. As Set was left up, Noguri does like to just pick it whenever it's available. 3-way flex, 4-way flex technically if you're talking about Chovy.
Yeah.
And they are going to take away the Set, still keeping their options open as Canyon now to make his decision. One thing that's really cool about Damwon at the moment is that they have the multi-flex Cogmore option.
Yes.
With Zed now getting mega buffs, you can final pick Zed and then flex the Cogmore bottom lane. Not anymore, as the Ezreal is going to be locked in. I like denying Zoe Ezreal, so it makes some sense.
And now, I mean, Sandbox, they could try to go for Zoe Kog'Maw. It's basically the same school of thought. We know that Cog can go bottom and still take on the AP role. Now, they're hovering Olaf, and Olaf and Zoe are on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of theme and what they're trying to achieve. So, Wukong now is going to be locked in, and this is a multi-flex. Senna is very good against Ezreal.
I think I'd like Senna to be locked in here, though. Otherwise, you do lose that bottom lane flexibility of the Wukong.
Yes. More cases than not, that would end up being the issue. But a lot of Sin coming out here by
Classic
Sandbox.
on Fleek.
The classic. Okay, well.
Okay, that's a Lee Sin. So
Went from-
different variety of sinning. It's the original Sinner. As I don't think we should be discussing original sin on this broadcast. Damwon now with their final pick on the red side. Showmaker is quite vocal, as you can see.
I think
Knows
maybe-
exactly what he's against, right?
Yeah. Now, interesting picks in a spot like this would be like Vel'Koz and things of that nature. Malzahar even. Traditional answers. You could even go for Galio, I guess, which is less traditional, but still an opted-into pick.
Yep.
Bard gets taken right now, so they're not going to retain their flex on Set. And so Set is most likely only top jungle now. No pivot spot lane. Senna should be banned away.
I would assume that Senna is the first priority, and it does mean that Sandbox are then priced into basically showing their entire top side of the map, right? So
Yeah.
pretty insane. As Aphelios is going to be banned for some reason.
Aphelios being banned is really strange when Damwon already has the makings of champions that are very equipped to answer him, and then can just continue to do so and make Aphelios very out of place in his own team composition.
Also, Sandbox are obviously going for a Senna pick. So unless Damwon, I don't know, want to open up some sort of flexibility here, is Rek'Sai's going to be banned?
Rek'Sai's ban just strikes me as something totally out of left field.
It's an isolated matchup ban,
Yeah,
right?
it's an isolated matchup ban that it pertains not to any of the surrounding champions currently in the game.
Right.
Because Damwon, nothing about them is suggesting they would want Rek'Sai to run in to Wukong, Lee Sin, and Zoe when they basically have the high ground. Ashe getting banned away as a vacuum answer to Ezreal is very surprising because Senna is just wide open.
I guess they want Sandbox to pick Senna.
For some reason, yeah, I don't know.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous because you ban Senna and then you get free counterpick on Wukong top or Zoe mid. That's just how that works. You eliminate so many options. Garen, obviously the answer. The optimal spinner, that's what you need. You
Galio.
think Wukong's good at spinning? No, Garen gets to business very, very early. As that's a Nunu. That would be fun. 5 seconds to go.
Is it Nunu? No.
Oh.
It's gonna be Nidalee, and so now they have Nidalee, Ezreal, and Bard as enormous amounts of poke. Zoe is honestly a little bit outside of her element, as it does currently stand. And Damwon, they're gonna go into a massive poke composition, is what it currently seems. Set is there as the defensive lineman.
Yep, so it's going to be Set top, so center and a top laner. would be the optimal choice. That is not what they're thinking, as Summit seems to believe that Wukong's going to do fine into the set matchup, which, you know, I don't mind.
Yeah, but the set can always just pivot into jungle, and then you can get your hands on Malphite, which is insane against some of these sandbox champions.
Or you just pick Malphite, put him top lane, and put Set in mid if you want to. Haymaker actually works relatively well if you get bubbled, because you get that big shield on demand. Try and get rid of a lot of that burst, but it's going to be the good old R5 Renekton, and we're going to need a seatbelt.
I actually blanked Nidalee on the jungle, so obviously that iteration that I was suggesting could not be possible. The Renekton makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, they are at least flexing the Set in mid, which is kind of cool.
It is. Zoe is good against Set, though.
Yeah.
To an extent, so it's definitely a very weird draft all around by Damwon. And in an interesting turn of events, both of these teams are pretty sinful in nature.
And Damwon went from having this really cool, exciting start to the draft to really letting us down, to be honest.
R5 Renekton is... It's not... It's a sight to behold.
It is.
Really is.
And I mean, look, Garen is the king of spin, but at least Renekton does a bit of spinning when he presses Q. You know? That's something. So, I mean, not going to be spinning as much as Wukong, especially not as much as Garen, but at least he can have a spin-off against the monkey.
Wukong, Lee Sin, Zoe, Senna, and Nautilus is going to be the team composition for Sandbox. So, in the later stages of the game, when the Senna really gets online, it can cause some issues for Damwon, and the Renekton's going to start to feel very out of place in the later stages of the game, but Renekton and Set, I mean, they're trying to achieve the same things. They're basically just defensive linemen for the Ezreal, the Nidalee, and the Bard. And there's not a very amazing follow-up to Fate's Call, which is another thing that's just leaving us with a bit of a poor taste in our mouth, but we'll see how it plays out. Oh, the Zoe skin!
That is a very pretty one.
It looks like an ice cream cone.
One thing that they can do around Tempered Fate is get Showmaker into position to get a good showstopper and guarantee pickoffs in that regard. Max range spear. Because this composition from Damwon actually looks like a Nidalee carry type of composition. Because they have made sure that they're all physical damage outside of their jungler, which is something that we see a lot, especially with our old Karthus compositions that you like to talk about. This could have been a Karthus instead of a Nidalee.
It could have.
Probably would have been a much better looking draft from our perspective.
Yeah, I mean, another thing about Karthus versus the enemy team composition is if he gets ahead, it's very hard for them to play. Because none of them really get to itemize magic resistance. And when Requiem is doing 80% of your HP, you have a really big problem trying to juggle the remaining aggro that's coming in from other Damwon gaming champions. But it'll mostly be Ezreal and Nidalee just trying to endlessly poke down. Showmaker, you can see, looking for some info. Places a ward, gets vision of the Raptor camp. They're going to know where On Fleek is starting. And we'll have to see how this mid lane is going to go.
Yep, should be Showmaker just doing his best to pick up whatever farm he can, as we'll see whether On Fleek is spotted, and he's not. They did get information of where that ward was, as Showmaker moving on back here.
Very interesting rune choices by Showmaker, taking them flinching on Set here in mid. Canyon just doing a solo clear as well. It's going to be very difficult for Sandbox to really set up ganks with most of these lanes, except for perhaps the Wukong, and obviously in the later stages, the Nautilus and the Senna, but we'll see what can end up happening. Lily's just going for a full clear. Lee Sin responding with a very safe clear. And now Fate's going to come in here, get intel on Canyon immediately.
Like both junglers are definitely spotted out, as Noguri taking a lot of damage here from Summit. He's going to be able to... Facebreaker misses. Showmaker's just going to wander on back. Bit of a haymaker. Get some true damage.
Yeah,
not bad.
Fate's been zoned out of EXP, which is a little bit surprising. I'm not totally sure how that happened. Now, Nuguri He could go for a cheater on wave 4. On Renekton, you can see he has the surplus of minions. The reinforcing waves arriving. The cannons here as well. He can hard crash this wave, and then simply by moving into the Fog of War, the enemy team still has to respect that he could be there. So Nidalee gets the Scuttlecraft for free anyway, and then just gets a very nice free reset. I have a very big feeling, though, that Nuggery is going to stay in the lane.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but sometimes those things are what happens. Nuggery's decided to dive a turret. That's in fact where he went with that one. It gets a little bit of a stun there on the Summit, but the turret shot I think is going to even out that trade relatively nicely for the Wukong. So Crocodile versus Monkey. Cat's going to come on in here as well. Oh, and that's going to help push the wave. Nice.
And so now, if you're Summit, all of a sudden you're actually very happy. Nidalee showed herself. Your team knows where she is. You know what her clear must have just been. And Nuggery's locked in lane with you on even footing. So, in a world where Nuggery crashed that 4th wave, recalled, pulls the wave into him, he can cheat the teleport out of Summit at a less favorable time. But now what's going to happen is Summit gets to just bypass that whole issue, stay inside of the lane, and probably end up recalling or teleporting back at an identical time as Renekton.
That was a very skinny Bard.
Yeah.
Somehow that Q didn't land.
Bard's very, very cute, by the way.
Certainly very agile.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yes,
it's very fluffy.
You can get that one from the Riot Store, by the way, guys. Definitely a good purchase. Yep. Piercing Darkness there to win out the trade for Root. Feral is going to make his way back down again. Just set up some UFOs here for Ghost to enjoy.
Have you seen the new Spirit Blossom thing?
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan.
I love that event.
I'm actually, I really need to get the Ari skin.
This is really cool what Riot is doing with this skin line. Really enjoy it. And you can see Summit, speaking about things that we enjoy, trying to keep up the pressure. Or, well, trying to sustain against the pressure. Nuggery, okay.
That's a yoink. Yep. Call that a yoink. The Showmaker gets ignited. Because Fate can just do that.
What is that magical?
Ghost has taken a lot of damage. Arcane Shift gets him out of the way. Exhaust now on cooldown on the bottom side of the map. Gorilla not investing anything.
I actually wonder if there's an Easter egg in the star constellation that Bard produces when he does the magical journey on the skin.
Oh, yeah. What do you think's in there?
I have no idea, but maybe. Who knows? Maybe some insight onto Champion 166 or something. You know?
Oh, that'd be cool.
The Easter egg that exists for so long. But all right.
It'd be great if like one of his taunts was actually a Naruto run.
Nice.
As Canyon's going to dive on in here. It looks like Summit's just going to be dead. And a pounce is actually going to be enough. Nuggery tanks the turret there for Canyon, just to make sure that he's not going to die, and they'll take some plates for their trouble. Easy first blood here for Damwon.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the first plate going over, 19 CS lead by Nuggery. And also, he's retaining his flash. So, elsewhere on the map right now, on Fleeking Gorilla, they're responding with an Ocean Dragon, but no one really cares. It's the first one of the game.
Yeah.
And it
had to stack him or anything like that.
Right. It'll be extremely unlikely that Sandbox are ever in a position to actually get the 3rd dragon. And so the first and second one not going to be the end of the world. Showmaker also likewise doing pretty fine. He's going for the full tank set.
Yep.
We've seen this a lot.
It's what Chovy does certainly like to do. It's Dead Man's Plate second after the Sunfire Cave is completed, majority of the time. Has been working for Chovy, though. Doesn't lose too many games on that particular pickup.
And we'll see what ends up happening elsewhere. This is a pretty generic bread and butter dive. Very quick stun. Summit tries to outplay it, not able to. Nuggery holding on to that minion aggro, ends up dropping it at the last minute. And all of a sudden, Damwon, I mean, they're up 2,000 gold. And Nuggery, he's Lane Kingdoming Summit for the most part, as Lee Sin currently very preoccupied with all of these lane setups that's being provided to him, really enjoying his WoW Classic experience.
Yeah, he really is. I think that he got on a good layer, made sure that he got all of the nodes possible.
You just gave me the best way to, you know, passively talk about something.
Yeah.
Seems like the jungler's on a different layer.
Yeah, exactly. And layering was removed for a reason, you know, because you could exploit it for toxic reasons.
Oh, no.
But it hasn't been removed here, obviously. Layering is back.
Yeah, layering is definitely back in this game.
On Fleek pops into Canyon's layer and realizes this is a bad idea.
He's stuck on the layer with Nidalee.
Exactly, exactly. He wanted to get his Black Lotus spawn, but unfortunately it just wasn't there. As Showmaker's thinking about trying to find On Fleek here, but he's just going to clear out that ward. There is another one in position as Canyon's going to take his red buff. Summit's going to lose another trade here against Noggery. Good combo. As he's going to shoot him with his sword. Q's going to land there from On Fleek, but Cosmic Binding. Oh my god. I think that snare actually landed as the Dawning Shadow does fly on forward. Dredgeline lands onto a minion there as Noggery's very okay with this situation. Gorilla taking so much damage as Culdemean is going to tear them up. Fantastic spear from Canyon. That's going to lock down the kill onto his opposite number, and they'll take some plates here as well.
Noggery actually had turret aggro somehow. Ended up taking some damage from the turret. Meanwhile, down here in bot lane, Ghost just continuing to farm up, and this is more and more turret plates. 3,000 gold lead almost now for Damwon at 9 minutes. Also, they're getting Rift Herald. So.
Oh, this is first Herald. That's the stat that we were told to look out for, and Damwon have an outrageous 88% win rate when they get first Herald. It is the most relevant stat that you can possibly go towards. So I guess we can call it here now that Herald has been picked up here by Canyon.
And let's take a look at how it sort of transpires. It's a very easy slice and dice combo. I don't know what Summit is really expecting to do to Noggery, because he has Flash available, so even if Lee Sin could somehow, in some magical universe, ever land on. Also, I don't know what Gorilla's hook was trying to achieve there either. It just seems like Sandbox have no clue what's happening or what the damage foresight on all the trades would end up being. And obviously, Showmaker pinning against the wall with the Showstopper.
Yeah, pretty clean stuff here. And what it's resulted in is Noggery being extraordinarily far ahead, which is what you absolutely have to be as a Renekton if you want to claim any relevance. And so they've passed that test, gained that achievement, I guess, as Noggery even able to get all of those creeps while harassing Summit. But I think the biggest success here for Damwon is the fact that Canyon's so far ahead, because they need him to be doing well.
Yeah.
The composition does revolve around this Nidalee being relevant. Otherwise, they have too much physical damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee and Ezreal, the only sources of magic. We're in the LCK, so we don't get Leandra's Ezreals yet.
Yeah, true.
I did have a little bit of a segment on
yes, you did, on the Pog State. One of our better episodes,
and
I think.
the most recent T1.
Oh, yes, as well.
Legend.
When you got to have a chat with our old mate over there.
Sinbra.
Sinbra? Is that what we're calling him now?
That's his new name.
I'll have to have a chat to Will about that one. Is Fate going to get taken down here?
Whoa!
Oh, Canyon gets him in the end. Showmaker's Haymaker. That was confusing. Is
it was a sonic
going to be denied. Yeah.
It ruptured his eardrums.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Well, Noggery's going to destroy a turret. Crocodiles taking down structures, guys. Is there anything more terrifying than that? It's a new movie. As Noggery's going to at least get rid of this next minion wave as well. Shelly's going to destroy this turret, and you know how we were talking about speedruns?
Yeah,
it's going to be a happy day for Showmaker, I think, as Gorilla's going to come and try and do some damage to him. Flash out there as he picks up turret aggro. Shelly's still getting work done on that turret.
Don't think they're going to... Yeah, they're not going to get that last plate yet, but there's still 2 minutes left to go.
In the meantime, something's happening bottom lane.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about that one.
Oh,
oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh dear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah. Hey. We'll break down that one in the replay. Yeah. That was not very Fleek. As Noggery gets to the mid lane, he's going to clear that one out. I'm happy to commentate minion waves being destroyed. I'm not going to commentate what On Fleek just did. As Canyon, he's going to find the Infernal Drake that has just spawned. These are Drakes that Damwon does like to prioritize.
Yep.
And we'll see what our soul's going to be, mountain or cloud, so not the most exciting.
Of course it's mountain. They're trying to speedrun.
Oh, there we are. Perfect.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, taking less damage isn't generally a thing that Dom won't worry about, as Fate is going to pick up a flash and use it. Canyon's almost higher level than his mid laner, which is pretty ludicrous.
Yeah.
As Gorilla is going to find the ulti. Showmaker, though, is just going to wander on out. Not sure how he was missed by the Tempered Fate as he avoids everything. And then decides to spam some emotes. All right, Showmaker's having a good time here today.
What am I not? Oh! Wait, no, wait. What?
Yeah, why didn't he get Tempered Fated?
Did he superflex during the animation and it somehow doesn't register?
I'm not entirely sure. Nogari's going to kill on Fleek here. Summit's going to be next. As Fate's over here, but he might just be feeding another kill to the Crocodile. As now Summit's going to Nimbus Strike his way out. That should get him to safety, but Nogari's now just going to get another Demolish proc on this turret. Canyon is over here, and there's a gigantic minion wave that's going to get eaten by the turret just before the turret dies. Oh my god, this game is such a snowball.
This game is a complete blowout. Everything is just falling apart.
Meanwhile, we have laning phase on the bottom lane.
I wish I could do the SpongeBob a few days later.
Yeah.
In the bot while, yeah. Well, let's take a look at this one more time. Summit and OnFleek trying to get the blue buff.
Like, why does OnFleek ever go back in?
I don't know. I think he's tilted out of his mind.
Well, I mean, I guess after a game like this, maybe you can't blame him.
Well, this is definitely an interesting game. And this is the kind of game that just mentally breaks you when you go into a game number 2.
Yeah, this almost wins game 2 as well.
Yes.
A game like this. You're exactly right. And I think mentality is something that we don't talk about quite enough, because momentum in League of Legends is absolutely huge. I think everyone knows that when you've just won a game, the likelihood that you're going to win another one is very high. And we've all had those days where we're up until 8 a.m. where we're like, I'm going to go to sleep when I win one. And that's why none of us get any sleep, guys.
I love those, right? You can't sleep until you win one, but then when you win one,
you're like, oh, but I got the momentum now. Well, Tempered Fate is going to find only Showmaker, as Depth Charge does get some value. Good exhaust kickback is going to land. Beautifully done to get the kill onto Beryl. Showstopper to get Showmaker out, though, who does have the Haymaker, keeps himself alive. Summit trying to survive here, as Nogari's actually an entire team by himself at this point in the game on the Renekton, as True Shot Barrage is going to majestically sail by into the ether.
Yeah.
And Damwon are going to get back to business. Nogari wanders past this turret, wonders why it isn't taken yet, and that, Nogari, is because it's only 16 minutes in the game.
It's only 16 minutes, and Ezreal and Senna were having a conversation.
They were.
Down in bot lane.
It was a deep chat.
Yeah.
I think they got to know each other very, very well.
I think they did. I think that Ezreal could maybe recite what happened to Senna against Thresh. Yeah.
I think they were about to coordinate their ultimates. They'd send Dawning Shadows and True Shot Barrages together down the rift.
Time.
Oh, it would have been beautiful. Yeah. Really romantic.
Like a shooting star, yeah.
Yeah.
Lucian's getting nervous right now.
Showmaker just the only one to be put into the Tempered Fate. That one left little to be desired. As this kickback was good. Guarantee a kill, but the only one that they were really able to kill.
Superplex comes back in. Nuggery just ripping them apart.
It's so scary.
I mean, this Renekton is just so far ahead.
And it's the rock out with your croc out skin as well.
Yeah.
He does have that one. I believe it was Marin's? It's hard to tell. There have been so many T1 top, SKT, I guess, top laner world skins. I believe the first one was Impact's Jax. Definitely a cool one.
And with an 8,000 gold lead almost, I can't imagine what Sandbox is really intending to do at this point. They can try to hang on for dear life.
There's a 3,000 gold lead in the jungle.
Okay, that's fine.
As Canyon's going to flash, that gold lead not necessarily working yet as Gorilla. Oh, dear. Tempered Fate's going to come down here as Gorilla going to get stunned. Dawning Shadow's good, but they just don't have very many stats because they're so damn far behind. Canyon just pounces on out. How many lives does this kitty cat have? This is way more than 9. As now Fate pops on over, and he survives again. ladies and gentlemen. Root's going to die on the back end because he found a crocodile in the river. It's not something that you want to do as an Australian, I can guarantee. Definitely a bad thing. You see that saltwater crocodile, you run the heck away, okay? You're going to take a little bit of a visit to the Northern Territory, something like that. Just don't go near saltwater crocodiles. They're much faster than you'd expect.
Oh my! I don't even know what to really. There's words. There's not any words that really capture.
Do you know what captures it? Just give Canyon the pog. Just give it to him right here.
What is Canyon's player of the game points right now?
Nowhere near Trevor, you're fine.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Mark that one off right away.
Yeah. All right, I got your best interests at heart. We got this one. Is Noguri probably going to feel a little bit robbed, but this one has been basically Canyon getting around the map to exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah.
And then surviving in moments like this, where flashes come out, he gets kicked back. The dredge line was a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, the dredge line not really missing or landing. Beautiful Fate's call though, out of barrel, managing to miss Canyon.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get locked up in it, and then the fail execute superplex over the wall. Fate tries to come over to clean it up, but still Nidalee lives, and then in the back line, the ace ends up being captured by Nuggery. We come back into live, and it's a buffet at this point.
Yep, this crocodile is very well fed. He's going to be sleeping for a real long time after this one. As on fleek, oh dear, Ghost. Not going to be able to get any more Mystic shots as the kickback just for disengage. And that's when you know the Lee Sin's not having a great time, when Dragon Rage Kick is only used to try and save your own skin. As Canyon has 3 items now completed, as well as a stopwatch, and we're almost at the Black Cleaver here for On Fleek.
Yeah. And it looks like Nuggery is honestly having a very, very nice game.
Yeah.
And he has yet to get an isolated death, which means it's coming. That is the upside.
Yeah, actually, what's happening? Noguri without a death?
Something's definitely off.
No, this is definitely not what you want. As they're going to leave Canyon to solo the Baron. It's now Root and Gorilla going to get... Oh my... Yeah, that's a face breaker if ever I've seen one. It's now Gorilla gets the fat flash.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They can't really approach Baron, because that'll just always keep happening.
Was Root's whole health bar red, by the way, when he died?
I don't.
That was absolutely insane. He took a lot in a very short amount of time. As we're going to at least watch as this Baron goes down, but there's not really going to be much that Sandbox can do about it.
Oh!
Barrage almost kills Gorilla. Barrel's going to get jumped on, as On Fleek was looking for an ult that he did not have off cooldown yet. And the Baron is going to be taken. Now On Fleek's just, yeah, he's almost creeping at this point. As at least,
I mean,
he can't even get the big chicken.
I honestly don't know what he's trying to accomplish or do.
I mean, this is, yeah, I didn't actually have anything good to say, so I'm just not going to say it. That's what my mother always taught me. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So we're just not going to talk about it anymore this day. Yeah, no, you can say it.
All right.
That's fine.
All right.
That's part of your brand.
Okay.
I'll try not to, because it's not good having 2 people doing the same thing. Now, Root, he's going to go under the water and wishes that he could actually escape Rune Terror by going all the way down into Game 2. And Shirley's going to come out, because of course Shirley's here.
She has to join.
Yeah.
For the end game dance, as Damwon are trying to speedrun this.
They need to win in under 29 minutes to bring that average down.
Even further, right.
Yep, they are currently the fastest team in the world, I think, for average win time. I think outside of just V5 over in the LPL, as Gorilla's going to get caught up by the Tempered Fate. He's a free kill if they want to take it. They decide that they're going to focus on this inhibitor instead. Noguri going to be taking down the mid lane inhibitor turret. And look, oh, she doesn't get the charge. Okay, Shirley not going to have the greatest of times. But Sandbox just milling about. They don't necessarily know what they can do. And LS, I think there is nothing that they can do. I think that's the conundrum that they're in.
I can't imagine a world where they would win.
Well,
because
this is an attempted team fight as Summit's going to get taken down on the back end. Gigantic damage as the double kill comes instantly. Make that a triple. Is this going to be the jungle pentakill? The Quadra comes down. He goes Golden Fate. Just give it to him, buddy. Please. We need a Nidalee Penta. We need it right now. The spear connects. Send the trap. Please, please, Fate, this is all we want. Some good can come out of this as he goes golden. The bait is going to come down. Every button is going to miss. He's buying as many stopwatches as he can as the kill comes forward. The pentakill for the jungle Nidalee, and the Nexus will be taken down. Well and truly earned. That player of the game did Canyon, the third pentakill for the season. And I thought my voice was going to run out. Fate did everything that he could to troll that kitty cat. But finally, it happened. Sandbox, unfortunately, will be walking back to the coach's booth a little bit forlorn, but Damwon continue to style here in the LCK.
I normally don't get super excited over pentakills. That one really
cool one.
captures the essence of a pentakill, and so I was very happy to witness that.
That was definitely an out-skill variety of pentakill, you know? How do you manage to weave in all of those last hits when the rest of your team is doing so much damage in that particular instance? And also, he deserved it.
He did.
I mean, Canyon played extraordinarily well here today. This is the Canyon that we saw completely obliterate Afrika last time out, right? That was a brutal display. And Damwon just continuing to do so now up against Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, Damwon just running them over. I mean, it is a complete massacre in game number 1. I don't know how Sandbox really try to bounce back in game number 2. They tried to fight fire with some of the lane setups. They did have some scaling champions on their team composition, but I think unless Sandbox try to just accept that they probably won't win lanes and just try to draft for a compositional edge and then play towards that at certain parts and then let Damwon's over-eagerness actually work against them, because that has been their downfall.
Oh, absolutely.
In a lot of games, they could maybe find success that way, but outside of that, I don't know. It's looking like we get another 90, maybe 100-minute break.
Yeah, this is like the... I don't even know what we're going to suggest you guys go and do. Maybe have a small vacation between series. That might be something. But that is the first ever jungle penta in the LCK. Very, very exciting. I thought there was a reason why we should be extra excited. I didn't know it was because this is the debut jungler pentakill.
Has there ever been support?
I don't think so. That would be pretty nutty. I
Barrel's going to go for it.
Well, exactly. And I think that now that center exists, there are opportunities for supports to get pentakills, right?
True.
Because they can actually get some money. But having a look, of course, the Crocodile did do a lot of work, but this is honestly a very one-and-done style of game. You can look at the 10 towers to 0, and it really does tell a story. It's 3 kills, 1 Drake away from perfect game.
The really scary thing as well, Unfleek was having one of his worst performances I think I've ever seen him have in LCK, and I don't know what is causing that. It wasn't even... So, his intent was really off with a lot of his decisions, but then also the mechanical execution... I don't know. I felt like I don't know.
It felt like Unfleek knew that after a certain point there was just absolutely no way they could win, right? And sometimes at that point you need to be thinking about game 2. So we'll see whether he is going to be able to come out with a refreshed mind or whether this is going to continue, because it's looking rough for Yamato and Sandbox. We'll find out whether they can bounce back after the break.
야 들어와 볼게. 볼 수 있나 세나? 가면 돼. 세나 노플. 펜타? 뭐냐? 본발.
펜타.
뭐냐? 펜타 줄게.
펜타.
아,
억대기야 다음부터 다음부터.
아하.
천천히 야 밀어 일단 밀어.
야,
에 초식에 있어 펜타 안 들어가네.
안돼.
에이 쌍 초식인데?
타워 밀어. 본발 미안해.
하고 해보자 한 명 남기고.
쌍 초식이긴 해.
야 죽여.
야, 한번 주라. 야, 이번에. 간다. 야, 줄게, 엄마야. 야,
제발 펜타 킬.
엄마야.
하고는
펜타 킬이다.
야 바스 좋다요 바스. 너무 재밌고.
빨리 먹고요. 반대쪽에서 빅 전사. 페이커 진입 준비. 페이커. 에버든 서로. 라칸이 안쪽으로 들어갔어요. 만개 써주고 그 다음에 그리고 먹고 성 그으면서 헤디가 떴고요. 체력이 다. 네. 몇 명이 살아남네요.
그전에 소환은 그리고 소환은 엄청 아프 잡았어요.
여기서
도패 잡는
구도거든요.
올라서까지 왔어요. 와 그냥 아니 진짜 몇 명을 꿰뚫은 거예요.
핵인 슬래시 액션 패가
그렇지. 정말 던전에 가고 싶은 그런 장면이 나왔어요.
저희 방금 페이커의 더블 진영이었는데요.
아 생존했고요. 꼬치구이였어요 거의. 기가 막혔죠. 그러면 도망 잘 가야죠. 패스 일단 다
이러면
못해.
잘 살자. 알아서 잘 살자. 아니면 싸움 오나요?
네, 열로 다 가요?
싸움 오나요?
이 좁은 골목으로?
글쎄요 이거는
어디로 가요?
너무 큰데요. 남자답게 한번 돌파.
이거 다 쓸리는 거 아닌가? 하이브리드.
저기 아펠리오스. 트리플 K 화염포. 와.
그리고
반도가 뒤에 올라프 있어요. 미치기라도 그래도 버텨줘야 돼. 미치기는 화면을
죽어요.
네.
뒤에서
안 죽어요가 문제인데 벨이 안 죽어요. 진짜.
캐니언이 저러고 있어요.
네,
캐니언이 저러고 있어요. 그다음에 기다렸다가
골.
좀 많이 긁었어요.
약간
밀죠.
밀고 들어가자. 밀고 들어가면
미르가 한 4인도만 했나요? 네.
요미를 태우고 있으니까.
그래서 카밀이 엄청 컸는데 이거 표식이 일을 내나요? 표식 더블킬 이렇게 전장까지 더 들어가 트리플킬.
There's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Sandbox Gaming and Damwon Gaming. We have Chunghyun Lee, as well as Leo and Pond as our analysts today. Alright, both teams who were promoted to the LCK together have shown inverted paths. And in Game 1, Damwon showed off their high-octane full-throttle pace game. And a lot of criticisms came along and worrisome came along for Sandbox draft. Well, Sandbox took away Showmaker's Soul, and then Damwon took Set as a flex pick. And Sandbox answered back with Wukong. It's not a really a good blind pick in the top lane, and this Wukong and Lee Sin were questionable picks. I think that Sandbox put a lot of pressure onto Fate, and there were no die play merits coming in from the top lane. And for Damwon Gaming, due to the hasty jungling of Nidalee and also preventing Wukong's potency with Renekton,
were some great picks from their end. Sandbox showing off some questionable drafts. And Allflick wasn't able to cover for Wukong when the dive play was ongoing from Damwon's end. A lot of people may think that there should have been Lee Sin should have been covering Wukong, but it's not as easy. So Nidalee has the turn to go for gank, and that spear wasn't meaningless. This was basically waiting until 4-minute mark, and he presses a recall, just waiting for the 4-minute mark, and as soon as the 4-minute mark hits, he places the trinket ward and then completes the recall. And right now Lee Sin is going for the Gromp, and it was spotted by the ward. So Nidalee gets the Raptors and then comes in with convenience. And then she throws out the spear onto the Gromp. And now Lee Sin has no other option but to rotate towards the bot side and hoping that the top laner to hold his ground, because otherwise Lee Sin will fall behind in terms of levels against Nidalee, which will be up to 2-level discrepancy. So it was basically a catch-22 situation for Lee Sin. And there should have been shot calls made towards Wukong not to trade too aggressively, and then Wukong kind of tried to stay passive, but ended up still dying to the gank play. And the gank play was immaculate. And having Renekton and Nidalee really puts a lot of leverage in the early game, and Damwon was able to utilize that leverage and capitalize on at the top lane. So Damwon just completely control the tempo of the game. And here, so Sandbox has champions that can go for late game. And the discrepancy amongst the members of Damwon and Sandbox were due to the jungling speed between the two junglers. And here, Sandbox tried to make plays by going for aggressive moves. However, the growth difference amongst the champions were already too massive for Sandbox to compensate with their potential brilliant plays. And here, once again, you can see why Bard was chosen. Supporters usually recall to get additional items and then join the fray. However, Bard just utilized his magical journey and then immediately joined the fray to help out his allies. Also, many people may be curious, why would you pick a fight where Renekton is present, but they just didn't really have any other options at that point. Damwon was able to pounce through and get the dub, so let's see who's the player of the game. It's quite predictable, and it is Canya's Nidalee. Pentakill, 11-1-3. So he's the first jungler in LCK history to acquire a pentakill. Really hope I wanted to achieve that feat when I was an active player, but it's extremely difficult to achieve a pentakill, which I've never done in my career. While watching a jungler achieving so, it makes me feel a bit disappointed and sad. Well, when I was an active player back in 2019, I thought Canyon as just one of the players who's just a part of the team. You know? He didn't really show off or pop off, but my mind has changed after watching his performances throughout the split. And also, all the other members of Damwon try to yield the pentakill to him as well. And we have a unanimous vote for Canyon. And Nidalee's spear just completely tore Sandbox apart. Can Damwon reclaim their position of second place, or can Sandbox come back in Game 2?
Thank you very much, Brian, for the Analyst Desk translation. And that is a very good question, whether or not Sandbox can come back after that game one, because I have a feeling that the mental strain that it would take out of you to get obliterated like that would be very, very difficult. But congratulations here to Canyon, the first ever pentakill in LCK history, and have you heard of one outside of the LCK as well? I don't know whether there's been another jungle pentakill, but I haven't watched all of the regions. I think it might be. So that's a pretty damn impressive feat here for Canyon. And now we've got a marksman
Grand
pentakill.
Canyon.
Exactly. And
There
I
it
mean, I feel like Canyon is a good word for the rift between the power level of these two teams as well at this point in time. But we are into ban and pick for game number 2.
Bit of a jungle difference last game.
Certainly,
You know.
a little bit of a jungle difference. As now Damwon will be on the blue side. This has been their more successful side.
I actually got to see the chat box of Root
Oh yeah.
during the game, yeah. I believe there was an all chat message that said better jungler wins. At one point, it was quite tragic.
I actually think that wasn't the all chat just filled with the conversation that Root and Ghost were having on the bottom side of the map?
That
had
might be it,
nothing
yeah.
to do with League of Legends.
That might be it.
Maybe they were talking about coordinating their ultimates to globally move up the
I mean, Ezreal was just taking a shot down. Might have been a mystic one, but
yeah. There's a few mystical things.
Yeah.
He was pierced by the darkness, I guess.
he really was.
Well, Damwon are going to ban the Karma on the blue side, which we certainly do expect. And the Zoe's going to come out here from Sandbox. So they put a lot of emphasis on this Zoe, whether it be for them or against them.
Prevent it, as now Olaf is going to be banned away from Sandbox.
An interesting ban. But actually, I like it for one reason alone, which is On Fleek defaults back to Olaf when he's having a rough series.
Yeah.
And now he can't play it. Now he's going to have to play something with a little bit more skill expression. And that can be rough when your mentality's been hit.
And we will have to see what kind of, again, draft approach that Sandbox is going to end up taking. Mentioned at the end of last game, perhaps just trying to accept that they're not going to win fire versus fire. And even if they do manage to get ahead, the lead that they would need in order to actually convert it into something impactful enough in the later stages of the game would be extremely unlikely. So trying to just lean on a draft advantage would probably be in their best interest. Let's see what Damwon are going to open B1 with. It looks like it's going to be Sed.
Yeah, I'd almost written that one in already. Damwon love this champion. And they're going to continue flexing it around. Nogri probably picking it, wanting it for himself. Let's see what Sandbox's response is. Ezreal available. Every AD carry is available. You could lock in a bottom lane if they would like to. Prioritize getting a decent jungler here for On Fleek.
It looks like Aphelios.
Is it just going to be Aphelios Nautilus?
Now, here's the real big question for me. Is Damwon aware of the things that make Aphelios not a blindable champion? Because don't get me wrong, he is a hyper carry, but it's a conditional one. So it's sort of like if the opponent's team has a lot of fire, he'll put it out. He's like,
yeah.
It's like a flame, fire extinguisher. It's like a giant pool of water. And Damwon, let's see if they draft into Aphelios.
Are you saying that if Damwon drafts a house fire of a team composition,
If they draft,
then they've done the wrong thing?
yes,
Because they will be extinguished.
highly flammable.
All right. Well, let's see whether they can draft themselves a house that isn't on fire.
All right, well,
Pantheon, not sure whether that is going to be exactly the response. Likely a pick for Beryl towards the bottom side. I mean, Ghost could just go back to the Ezreal if he'd like to. A few different options here. But with the Pantheon, they could also go for Kalista, which is now going to be available. But Syndra.
Syndra's another combo. Ashe now being hovered. This is lots of physical damage, by the way. Now, if that Pantheon is bottom with Ashe, and you have Set in mid lane, things are all lining up right now for Karthus. All right, I have hopes, high hopes. As Nautilus getting locked in, unknown reasons. there's not really a lot of targets that his ultimate is looking to actively reach
Yeah.
that they would otherwise have difficulty doing. And also, the Lee Sin picked up as well. So Sandbox are also running into Damwon, even though Damwon are currently running into Sandbox. So Aphelios a little bit more happy with the initial 3 picks on both sides as Nidalee gets banned.
Understandable, bit of a respect ban there over to Canyon. Canyon could, of course, just be playing the set this game, but we'll see what is actually going to be drafted. We're hoping for something like a Karthus. It's down 3 seconds to go before they do decide to ban something away. It will be focused on the mid lane. I do like this. Make sure that Fate's champion pool is knocked down just a little bit. Give Showmaker some opportunities to carry. Will they stay in the jungle is going to be the question here, as I think they need to be banning magic damage. Don't allow Damwon to have too many options here. Cannon would be a decent ban against Noguri.
Really feel like Karthus should be on the chopping block, but no, it's going to be Sylas. But there's no ultimates for Sylas right now, realistically.
I mean, depth charge is a favorite for a lot of our players, but yeah, you're right. Not sure whether it's exactly the most high priority, but it might mean that Summit does just want to pick Cannon here and save counterpick for Fate. And Sylas is often what we see picked into the Cannon. We will see.
Jace is going to be banned away. So now Sandbox, they have to commit either their mid or top laner blind. Ideally, they would get a multi-flex champion that can go both top and mid.
There's only a few of those that we still see. A couple of them are actually banned in the Karma.
Karma, yeah, most popular one is Karma for sure.
Actually, Karma, Jace, and Sylas are all the most popular mid-top flexes. And Set, I guess. As Azir is going to be the choice, so we're not flexing. But now Showmaker will have a lot of different choices into this one. His Kassadin could come out again and absolutely tear Sandbox apart. But it does play into Aphelios.
Zed and Karthus.
Oh,
any churs or what?
That would look. If that's what you're preaching at your church, sign me up, my dude.
Well,
as this is what we were expecting, and that is what's going to be locked in. Now, we're expecting a jungler or a mid laner, depending on where Set is going to go. Of course, Pantheon could be heading around somewhere as well. As a Corki. Yep. Showmaker back to his Corki.
Oh,
ooh, this is
Ollie.
more fun.
And so this is all very, very short range, hard engage, and Sandbox get to respond to it. So let's see what their approach is going to be. Obviously, Corki and Ashe do have some poking potency, but for the most part, Sandbox, their R1 Aphelios has been, for the most part, entirely rewarded.
Yeah.
And rather than choose more disengagey supportive champions for the Aphelios and the Azir, Sandbox are choosing another champion that now has to run into Damwon. So, I mean, it's pretty much sinning all around, but that Aphelios can really come in handy. Feel like this is the makeup of a team composition that Sandbox could be happy with, even though it still falls under the same principles that they should otherwise have been afraid of, which is knife fights inside of laning phases. So can Root manage to do the things that Aphelios can do in this game? Because if he can't do it, I can't imagine that this is going to be very good.
Yeah. And is Fate going to be able to play a more defensive Azir as well? I think that Azir's job this game is going to be Emperor's dividing out the cannon so that their Aphelios can actually pop off. It's not going to be that I'm going to dive forward with my shifting sands and try and get the big Shurima shuffle. So we'll see. Damwon do have a lot of comfort here in this composition. They can happily scale relatively easily, and they do have some laning prowess as well, especially there with Beryl on his Pantheon bottom side. I think he's still sitting at a pretty decent win rate on that one. He may have lost one game, as he's played 5 of the Pantheon, and he hasn't lost one yet. And so this will be game number 6. Let's see how he is going to go. Over the side of Sandbox, I do like their mid to late game team fighting. I mean, this is a very quintessential comp, outside of maybe the Lee Sin not necessarily scaling as well, but everything else is able to team fight very, very nicely. And not exactly a difficult to execute comp as well. So I think it's actually a good idea for Sandbox to go back to something a little bit more easy to pilot when you're up against the ropes. And that's absolutely where they were after game number 1.
Dom1 now is maybe looking for some action early on. Obviously, Barrel's able to take W. Now, they do have a sweeping lens. It's going to come in here, get themselves a ward. You can actually, a lot of people don't know this, you can click on the ward, and at the very top left of your screen, you can mouse over the ward buff icon thingy, and it tells you who placed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can also tell who's teleporting to a turret, I believe.
Really? By
Yeah.
like clicking on it and having a look at the buff?
Yeah, I believe it tells you who is coming in. I think Chovy said that actually in an interview
That's really
recently.
Cool. Wow.
There's some
Still learning things 10 years later.
tips and tricks, Alice. Tips and tricks.
This is brilliant.
Now, also, there's a lesser known but very powerful tip.
Oh yeah.
You can actually play Annie to get into gold.
Oh really?
Yeah.
And so what do? Do you put bears on people? Is that sort of the plan? With
You
that?
press R.
Right. Cool.
You know.
And that puts the bear on people. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
one of the lesser
fantastic.
known ones.
Well, there we go. Just pick Annie, I guess, is going to be the thing. Do you still when you get to the bear stage?
Yes.
Do you still use your passive to stun your opponents, light them on fire with your summoner spell, and then they die? Is that sort of how it works?
That is one of the things. Now, it's pretty hard to mess up. And also, if you get ganked, press R on the enemy jungler.
Oh, right.
That's how it is. 2-on-2 is the way I look at it, you know?
That's great.
Perfect.
I like it. Or maybe it's 1-on-2, depending on which elo you're in. As Beryl, he doesn't quite find his spear onto root. We'll see whether Ghost is going to be able to utilize the excellent laning phase of the Ashe up against the Aphelios. Whether they're going to have a conversation or not is another really good question. And I have a feeling the bottom lane is going to be a lot more relevant in this game than it was in game number 1. As Ghost takes a turret shot. It's not what you wanted to do.
And we'll see how they manage their laning phase. So that, I mean, it's a very awkward
he's 5-1.
crash. Wave 2.
So Beryl has played, the fasted Pantheon and lost. That's what happened. So it's actually very confusing.
Also, 5 of Pantheon's 9 games, all of the wins are from Beryl. Every other instance of Pantheon in the LCK is lost.
Yeah.
So let us see how he's going to manage to do here in this game. No, I thought Nagari was going to go for a cheater, but we're not quite at that point yet. Sometimes it happens occasionally.
Yeah, no, we actually saw it a bit last week.
Right, so it does happen unintentionally. And when you're not conscious of why you're doing it, it really takes away from some of the value. Now, speaking about things that one could be conscious of, Azir running away, Summit.
Oh, that's a flash. See whether the face breaker comes in. They do get the flash out of Fate, but they're still going. Haymaker's not going to quite find the target, and there's pretty sad, but no real reason to be there, Canyon, as Beryl's going to be able to lock down that kill. Both summoner spells now on cooldown. Ghost quite lonely, but otherwise very successful.
Yeah, he's very happy down here in bot lane. There's no real way to kill him underneath the turret unless Lee Sin would be here, and even then it would still be very dicey to try to execute. So Ghost is now just having a wave that slow pushes back into the opponents, but his support is almost back. You have Set in close proximity. Pantheon, he's just getting his passive stacks up. No, he's not just wasting mana.
Gorilla's going to find Canyon here and exhaust him. Fate looking for it. Doesn't have the ulti as there's the Haymaker to buy some time, but Canyon will be going down. Frostbomb for a bit of damage onto OnFleek, but that is a good answer here for Sandbox.
Yep. And so it's going to be 1-for-1. OnFleek is going to come in here into mid lane. Place the control ward, finds a ward himself, and you can see Nuggery up here really trying to put on a lot of pressure.
Gorilla makes his way back to the lane. He's taking a lot of damage here as Ghost with the autos. Trying to get that damage down, and Beryl going to be respected there by Gorilla. Flashes out of the way of a potential spear to the face. But that is not how he wanted to re-enter this lane.
Yeah. Now, Ghost and Beryl, they're going to try to hard crash in this wave, and I really love seeing support Pantheon so often. It's so underappreciated globally right now. He's just so oppressive because of the support items.
Yeah.
He can hit the lethality breakpoints, and because he's so efficient with longswords, he comes online so much faster than other support champions, and he offers such a punch. So that combined with his global presence, the fact that his E is grossly imbalanced, I just want to point that out, it's basically an ultimate ability.
Oh my god, Beryl found him!
Yep.
Gorilla does have the Titan's
Oh.
Wrath, but oh no, thought he was dead, I guess. But he's not. Flash is on cooldown. If there's an Ashe here, no, she's not here. Well, he's gonna get out.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's a whoopsie.
That was definitely a pretty big blunder.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he thought he killed him.
To go back to your point, though, I mean,
Yeah.
we recently saw, it was Kaiser, wasn't it, for Mad Lions that picked up Pantheon support as well over in the LEC. We have seen him cropping up here and there, and I think that it is a lot of Beryl's influence.
You see, I want to point out really quickly, that gank attempt that On Fleek's going for, it completely requires Nuguri to blunder in order to make it work, because the wave is pushing away from Wukong. So,
Yeah.
in the replay here, I actually misspoke. I said Summit, I meant Smite. Canyon cast the Smite to get access to the movement speed
Right.
from Nimbus
미스터
Cloak.
판
Yep.
바텀에
He also
주도권이
avoids having to
있네.
walk around.
나
the
메
minion.
있어. 하거나 필요하면 써.
Mr. Fan? I don't know.
Oh, for Pantheon.
Oh, for,
It's the Pantheon,
Pantheon.
song,
yeah.
which is actually an awesome song. You guys
Apparently-
haven't seen it? It's all in
Apparently,
Korean,
no.
but it's great. I think that it's subtitled on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, go check that one out. That's a good depth charge there, as Canyon's going to move on in, though. On Fleek in position.
Whoa.
Great kickback. But Beryl keeps himself alive for a very long time. Not going to be long enough, as both supports are going to be traded. 2 for 2. As far as the kill score, Damwon still in the lead by just a little bit.
Yeah. And Showmaker not really accruing a super edge currently here in mid lane. Azir coming over, getting his blue buff right now. Ghost has his wave slow pushing away. And one of the interesting and also unfortunate things is the Merc Treads picked up on Wukong super early. Not that the boots are necessarily super bad, but there's so much on hit on the side of Damwon
Yeah.
that you do want to get access to armor as well in later stages of the game. Summit going for the
Cyclone.
trade here.
Yeah, he's looking for an actual kill here, but the Ignite goes down, and Summit has to flash.
Yeah, I don't
Canyon's
know.
in position.
Yeah, this is very.
Oh, Hex Flash available. There's
What?
a Face Breaker, and
What's he
that's a
doing?
very, very dead root. Plummet?
It's definitely. I mean, from the second that the trade started, you're basically able to deduce from my voice that it's peculiar.
Yeah.
Is basically the way to say it.
Yep.
As I was confused what he was trying to do, because it's a losing trade every day of the week. Nuguri has Ignite available, and you can never take it that hard against Slicing Maelstrom. And it's not like Summit has any way to outplay anything, nor is his jungler in close proximity. So really just a lot of the Sandbox members looking very, very tilted
Oh, yeah.
in
And I mean,
today's
this-
match.
It's likely a result of Game 1 going the way that it did, to be perfectly honest. But we're going to have a look at this bot lane gang. Decent kickback there to guarantee the kill onto Beryl. And On Fleek going to survive. But Gorilla not going to be so lucky. So
Yeah,
everything was pretty even up until this.
I mean, Cannon underneath the turret would just go to waste. And so Summit is basically saying, like, yeah, I'm going to trade with you. Take a look at the minimap. Lee Sin and Nautilus about to maybe consider getting Cloud Drake. And there's no world where the trade's ever good. He can't get Cannon low enough in order to do a follow-up joust where maybe he could kill Cannon. And he was willing to actually give up a Cannon minion to do that trade. So you have to really justify it being worth, and there's just not a universe where that one ever is. So right now, Nuguri in live is feeling super, super comfortable. In Sandbox, I mean, this is another one of those games where their jungler is just not layered with the players.
Yeah, not really working out. They were able to get the first Drake. It's only a Cloud, but
Yeah.
Still, Sandbox do gather that for themselves, like they did in game number 1. Next one going to be an Infernal up in 3 minutes' time as Gorilla trying to clear out that ward. He's going to get punished for it as Dredge line pretty short, but the arrow has to be flashed. Gorilla seems to constantly have his flash on cooldown this game.
Dom1 exerting a ton of pressure down in bottom.
Cool package.
Yep.
Delivered to no one here.
And you can see the wave, I mean, it was pushing into Nuguri, and you know that Lee Sin's on the left-hand side, but Nuguri not wanting to just let the wave come in. Rift Herald being started up.
Yep, Beryl holding the mid wave. Ghost is going to join him. Summit and Nuguri just fighting towards the top side, and I think Sandbox know they're most likely not going to be able to win a fight over here because Nuguri does have his ultimate, and Summit not going to be able to get any sort of priority, so they do give this one up. Shelly going to go over to Canyon. Sandbox try and do what they can, shoving out this mid wave, and Root is going to do what he can to get whatever lead he can get on the bottom side of the map. On fleek discovered here by Ghost. And the flash is going to come out, so you do get that from Ash. That's definitely high value, as now Canyon breaks Summit's face, who's going to go into his decoy. Good haymaker there.
Oh.
Make sure Canyon's alive. But yeah, Summit's just going to run around the Rosie for a moment as Emperor's Divide comes in. Teleport going to be cancelled.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, a bit of a dive here as the Ash is going to fall. We're going to try and mitigate as much damage as possible here as Beryl makes it a 2-for-1. In the end, not as bad as it could have been.
2-for-1 in the end, and the really bizarre thing is Fate canceled Corki's teleport, even though letting it channel would have been the correct play, so that Fate could just crash in waves and try to get some turret plates for himself, because there's 5 plates in mid lane.
Yeah.
And Corki going up to top lane would have meant that the turret gold would have been dispersed between 3 members, and Corki wasn't getting any XP or gold from minions. So even that just... I'm interested in pro views here of these pro players in this moment, because does Fate actually F-key top lane and see, hey, wait a minute, Corki's not going to anything? And so just take a look at this. Herald's going to go down. Watch when Corki TP's in. What is he TPing in for? I'm not really sure, because you're sharing it with 3 champions. Wukong was 100% dead. And so Showmaker makes a bit of a blunder decision, and then look at Fate on the minimap. So down here in bottom, though, Sandbox, they do fight back a little bit. Easy coordination of kills.
I find it so confusing that Showmaker tried to teleport top.
Yes.
When he should have been teleporting bot lane. It's really weird.
Getting his directions wrong. It's not.
Yeah, I guess. You know, sometimes I'm an Australian. I understand up versus down is difficult to wrap your head around.
By the way,
you're going to be avoided there.
I have a question for you, but I'm going to wait till after the fight.
Arrow is going to sail majestically by as Root's going to get slowed down. Ghost standing very far forward, but Beryl going to flash after Root. Should be able to grab that kill by himself, but 80 carries going to be traded. There's a slicing Maelstrom of gigantic proportions in the backline, though, as Noguri looking for a bit more damage. The Dragon fighting Canyon and the Lee Sin. So the Lee is going to bite the dust first. Pantheon comes in to save the life of his jungler. Noguri cleans up, and Dom1 are going to smash that team fight and get themselves a Drake.
Yeah, and I mean, this is looking very akin to game number 1 right now. Everything is falling apart. Sandbox, they're trying to be so forceful inside of the game here. And Dom1, they're starting up the blue buff. They're going to steal that one away. They're going to give it over to Showmaker. More turret plates going down now in bottom. Nuguri just managing to barely get that last one at the very end. No turret plates. Handed over to Fate, who's just basically in a handshake wave clear with the Corki. Let's take a look at this. Canyon comes over, superplex down, gets onto Root. Facebreaker going through, pulls him in. Beryl able to find his way, and so Aphelios not really protected. Kennen gets the crash in top lane, comes in, really strong slicing Maelstrom. On fleet taking so much damage from the Dragon, getting locked up with the Set, gets annihilated by the Haymaker, and then Set's passive HP region with the potion running. Very effective. Really nice flash by Showmaker as well in response to the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, Showmaker actually bought the time of 2 people during that engage, which meant that somehow Canyon manages to survive in the back of a dragon pit whilst the dragon was fighting him as well, and everything sort of was claimed based on that. Great stuff here. Means that Canyon now very close towards his dead man's plate at 2-1 and 5. 3-0-2 though for Nogari. He's having a stellar performance here today. I believe didn't die in game number 1 on his Renekton and is now continuing to look great. On the Cannon in game number 2, ahead by just a casual 3,000 gold.
Yeah. Things are looking pretty grim right now. 5,000 gold lead for Damwon. And when Corki and Ash are ahead, things
What is that damage?
Oh.
Nogari will just solo kill Summit in about 2.5 seconds.
I definitely think that it's Plummet here today. Yeah. And that is very unfortunate. So.
Yeah, he might need a bit more magic resist than just those Merc Treads, maybe. It's almost a 50.
Oh!
That showstopper's real nice, but he's not the only one that can reposition people. Nogari's going to turn up though, and this is a very angry Pikachu. My god, the damage is just despicable. 6,000 gold now the lead. This outer turret in mid lane should be falling down as Showmaker. He's going to have another early night, but he basically just lets the rest of his team do it here today.
Well, he's the Showmaker. He's directing it, you know? I mean,
He's the show watcher.
Yeah. It's pretty much what is going on here. Sandbox are falling apart right now. This is like when a wave crashes at the beach and it ruins your sandcastle.
Yeah.
Or in this case,
and you've been
Sandbox.
spending like a lot of time building that sandcastle as well.
Although it doesn't look like they've been spending a lot of time building the sandcastle. I'll be a little bit honest with you. It doesn't seem like they've been spending a lot of time doing anything, actually.
Yeah, they spotted that the tide was coming in.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh,
That's
we're about
okay.
3 meters away, so obviously it'll be all right. Yeah, that was pretty comfy.
Well, take a look at this. Right out of midair. And that's a tackle. Canyon's really been working on his application for the NFL is what's going on there as set.
That was definitely one that's going to get... I don't know anything about football. I'm not even going to try.
Okay.
Well, not that kind of football.
Don't look. Don't look.
Don't look?
I didn't want to look.
Oh, no, I saw...
Yeah.
Oh.
You win some, you lose some.
Yep, I guess.
You win some, you lose some. It's just...
Well, now...
Let's try to justify it.
Now the Conqueror and Severum healing from Root is going to be cancelled.
Correct. And
plus OnFleek won't be able to use his Safeguard second activation healing as effectively.
Ooh, that's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
And if OnFleek tries to use...
Nogari's just going to kill Summit underneath the turret.
Now take a look at this. Summit has gotten back about 20 HP here. So,
well, is the W available? It is not. So he does get out. No ultimate, no flash, no ability to save his turret. And yes.
The real interesting thing is if OnFleek gets caught in his jungle and he tries to smite a camp for HP, the Morello's going to be able to reduce that.
Whoa, you're right.
Yeah.
So it's even better.
Even better. And also, if you notice, Atlas, you might have skipped over it, there's a refillable potion on Azir.
Oh, that's true.
So.
And I did miss that. And this is, of course, an electrocute.
This is another
Azir,
lost to Shopkeeper.
So he's probably got Taste of Blood, Ravenous Hunter.
I just got a brand new idea for LCK content.
Oh, yeah?
We're just going to make a sideshow, Lost to Shopkeeper.
I mean,
I got too much ammo.
We're doing that regularly in the Pog Station.
Yeah, we are.
That's actually happening every episode. We called it LS Molds, but I think we can just call it Lost to Shopkeeper, and we can just go from there. That's absolutely fine.
You know, we can actually just call it Lost Shopkeeper. I was the
lost
shopkeeper from a long time ago before things went wrong.
Lamenting shopkeeper, that's what we can call him.
Oh man.
Oh dear.
I gotta learn a thing or two from the two shopkeepers at the top and bottom of the map.
Yeah.
They are they're really good, clearly, at convincing people.
Salesman. You'd sell a lot more Leandros once they teach you, I promise. Well, Shirley, she's gonna get another charge onto an inhibitor turret. As Canyon's not going to find the face breaker there, as you can see. Looks like Damwon not wanting to go overly aggressive. They're ahead by 8,000 gold. Best take it slow. This Hawkshot will spot exactly where OnFleek was running. Probably some items left to build here for members of Damwon.
The thing is they're down 8,500 gold. They're down an Infernal Dragon and the item completions are just going to be so oppressive because when Corki and Ash are ahead, it's very hard to stabilize against them. The Wukong is also a non-factor, so we like to say that he's a Malphite that has follow-up when he goes for his engage because he wakes up out of his Cyclone very effectively with his follow-up skills. But Malphite sort of goes in, he presses R, slams the ground, says Rockman mad, and then sort of tries to run away and then rejoin the fight maybe later when his Q's back up and his passive. But Wukong in this instance, when he's so far behind, he's not dealing damage, down base levels. I mean, he's down 3 in top. So, yeah, his damage, oh man.
No.
Oh!
The showstopper timing's just beautiful. The Ignite's going to tick down Beryl, grabs that kill. The arrow there just in celebration from Ghost, who wants to participate as there's the Yasuo coming down from Canyon, asking Sandbox to bring it, but I don't know whether they want to. As Summit, yeah, he was going for a flank. I don't know whether that is necessarily a thing that he wants to do. As Canyon will chase after him, and he is much faster than this guy as well, as he brings him back with the Blast Cone. Cute little decoy there, but yeah, Summit's not going to survive this one. Showmaker's going to come down. It's the true damage from the Haymaker. It's going to spell the end of the Wukong. And now we're still zoomed. Having a look at Noguri fighting against this purple worm. Will give Damwon yet another buff here this game, and possibly their ticket to a 10,000 gold lead for 30 minutes.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sandbox and you're thinking, like, how can we ever come back?
Red Vigil comes in as now Root's going to get flashed on. Noguri goes golden as in goes Beryl. Gigantic AoE damage, but the Aphelios survived for a long time.
Yeah.
And Beryl is going to fall. Showmaker coming on in here, flash on forward. That's a triple kill for the Corki. Avoids the Sonic Wave as well. That could have been the death of him. And Damwon will get back to work on this Baron.
And I mean, with Baron, it's now over 10,000. Oh. Okay.
Unofficial quadra kill there. Summit, you want to... it wasn't a real quadra kill, so it wouldn't be a real pentakill, so no need for any gentleman's agreements there. As yeah, 4-0-4 now. Showmaker who goes back and completes a outright rapid fire cannon. Let's have a look at what went wrong here. And
I mean,
Canyon's having a real good day, dude.
Perfectly timed set abilities. First, the face breaker to stop the initial attempted getaway, and then the perfectly timed showstopper against the Emperor's Divide. Everything just working out so well. Nuguri gets the stun onto Gorilla, slicing Maelstrom eventually as the follow-up en route. He's just not really fed enough. Zhonya's comes out, 3-man Pantheon engage with his E up and ready. Does end up getting brought down, and then right here, Sandbox, the reason that they're doing this, the reason that they're trying to flip against Corki is these are the only ways they can come back into the game, is by actually trying to win the coin flip. It's not even really quite a coin flip, as honestly that was animal abuse. We saw a blind monk kick a Corgi.
That was like just a Trinity Force proc and he lost 400 health.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of damage from this Corki as Noguri pushes down the first inhibitor turret here for Damwon. As Summit throws out the decoy. There's the showstopper right on top of the monkey. 3-man face breaker. My God! What can't this man do? As now Noguri's looking for an opportunity. There he goes. Tries to get into the back line, but instead he's just going to take down the blind monk. On Fleet continues having a pretty rough one. As Damwon will break 2 inhibitors and look for the end.
And are they going to actually commit towards ending it? Okay.
Why not? As Beryl's going to dive on forward. Does get underneath the turrets, but he's left alone and will be taken down. First Nexus turret going to be traded for the life of the support. Maybe that's worth it. We'll just have to see whether Damwon can continue winning, as that avoidance from Noguri was just beautiful. Summit's going to go down, but he has about a health bar of Cannon Minion, as Canyon's going to be able to lock that one down. Both Nexus turrets now done. Gorilla looking for Noguri, who goes golden once again. The Nexus is going to be taken down. 24 minutes for this one. A collective almost 50-minute series as far as game time.
And I mean, really,
yeah,
don't
give
know.
It to him again, dude.
Yeah, I gave player of the game again over to Canyon, as does want to go. Seems to be Damwon's motto here in Summer Split.
Or
And you have to wonder.
definitely wants to go.
Definitely wants to go. Home is,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. We're
what they're
missing one
basically
letter.
thinking.
They weren't allowed to put the H in there when they were asking for the acronym because we can't have 4 letters, but it would have been an H.
Well, Damwon are continuing their tear here in LCK. And again, remember the context surrounding the loss to Dragon X that one time.
Yeah, it was certainly a... if you watched the series again, you'd understand that Damwon looked like the better team, but DRX were able to steal away a lot of moments in that series. In both games, to be honest. Game number 1 was a bigger throw by Damwon, but game number 2, there were moments, but DRX looked a bit better in that one. But Showmaker having a good game, and Damwon just in general. I mean, this is going to be one of our biggest breaks that we've had. It's only 6:30 KST,
Right. 90 minutes again.
and we go live at 8 o'clock. So yeah, it is certainly going to be a few years before we're back on the broadcast. Not sure what I'm going to do. Maybe
I'm
Mess
gonna
of
go
lunch,
for No
something
Brand
like
Burger.
that. No Brand Burger again.
Yeah.
I love that place.
Their burgers are only 300 calories.
And they're also only
They're very
3,000 won, which is
Yeah, they're very
approximately
cheap.
$3. It's
It's like
extremely
$2.60 or something.
Yeah, yeah.
70
If you're talking about US dollars, then yeah.
It's really delicious.
X.
Very, very good.
Yeah. I didn't get to have mine today because I had lunch before I came, but I normally would go there as well before the broadcast. Definitely brilliant stuff. If you guys have a No Brand Burger near you, we highly recommend it. You probably don't. It's only here in Korea. Pretty sure.
There's other like knockoffs of the same name or theme apparently. I don't know what they're
Is
called.
the
in some other-
vibe sort of like, what is it, like In-N-Out?
There's something in Canada. Well, it tastes like In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah.
It is near
It's
identical.
a similar idea, right?
It is near identical. It is so cheap. It's the cheapest actual burger chain in Korea.
I think so, yeah.
That's like sort of fast food, but not
Yeah,
totally fast food.
if it's like an actual chain.
Yeah.
There are cheaper ones, but they're not
Yeah.
actual chains or anything like that. Anyway,
We're having a pog state at the
we're
end of
having
the
a
game
yeah,
because
definitely a bit
this
of a
was
moment.
a stomp.
It was an utter obliteration, and I don't think anyone was surprised by how the rest of the series went after we saw game number 1. But Damwon they're just better
Yeah.
than any other team here in the.
They are really capitalizing on so many players' mistakes that they end up making, and they're actively looking to really force the issues. So we have not seen, I feel like we haven't seen domination out of this from an LCK team in the last.
Oh, in a really long time.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since there has been such a black and white discrepancy between one team and all of the others. Dragon X likes to sin, and they like to play fast and aggressive too at some points.
And
but
they make a lot of mistakes.
Yes.
A lot of the time. I mean, dropping that game to KT was an example of that, right? Yesterday.
yeah,
And not as clean as Damwon are. It feels like Damwon are just so good they make it look impossible for them to lose in a lot of these situations.
so I'm really looking forward to when Damwon collides with the Elite Four again. I mean, obviously they're a part of the Elite Four, so the other 3, I should say, because it seems like they do still somewhat have a little bit of difficulty when they are matched on the mechanical front to a certain extent, and obviously DRX able to do that in some areas. Gen G able to do that in some areas. T1 able to do that in some areas. So it's definitely interesting when those teams do collide. But really, no one is also able to really abuse their weakest lane, which is bot lane right now. Ghost has been very stable so far in Summer. And Beryl has turned a new leaf, which normally pro gamers never do in their career, when they have so consistently been the same way, which Beryl had.
Yeah, right.
For so long. And now all of a sudden he's playing carry champions, he's playing unorthodox champions, he's making them work, and he's no longer just an Alistar that support bot.
Yeah, exactly. And he was a fantastic Alistar one-trick, right? But he was exactly that. He was, if he's on Alistar, he really needs to be respected. Outside of that, he was just an average support here in the LCK. But he's showing that there are so many strings to his bow, to use a Puppersmithyism. As, yeah, someone going down here was pretty depressing. And Sandbox just in general not really lasting as we'll have a listen.
And I'm actually looking at Damwon's schedule, their next match is DRX.
Oh,
So this is going to be very
what
exciting.
day is it?
It's next week.
Oh, is it
Are
next
you
week?
with me? No,
It
it's
depends
Valdez.
what day is it. What day was it?
Thursday.
Ah, Thursday. Well, that's fine. I can sit back and watch the
Yeah.
the Val play-by-play analyst and yourself take on that particular match. As my God, that is the most depressing Wukong stat I've ever seen.
And then another telecom war happens as well.
Getting
but before
more and
that,
more exciting.
DRX and Gen G is tomorrow.
Oh, that's
That one is a banger.
that is definitely
half.
a banger. We'll have to text you about that one.
Yeah.
Ask you your thoughts mid-series, as it will be the Val analyst and I believe, for Saturday's match tomorrow. Going to give you a well-deserved day off after we're going to have a lot of time to ourselves. It's Nogari going to be grabbing the player of the game. I don't mind this one. 5-0 and 5 on the cannon. Utterly schooled.
Yeah.
Summit there on the top.
I mean, this was the really wonky. Every single Wukong spell hit, by the way, I'm just pointing that out, 70% remaining on Kennen. I have no idea what he was thinking.
I mean, an arm guard
Nothing,
is one hell of a
evidently.
item.
Yeah. So, Plummet ended up showing up here today. And take a look at just really good timing. I mean, the mechanics out of Damwon in this game were superb. Even if Canyon dies there and someone gets a kill, it doesn't change the fact that the gold deficit here was so enormous. This was another instance where Summit, he had a hot date to get to, trying to push out this Wayne? Lane, you like that?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Pushing Wayne.
Yeah.
Poor Wayne. What did he do?
Not sure.
There's the silver wing, the crying silver wing there.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, well, that sort of epitomizes Sandbox's feelings for this series. Certainly did not work out so well for them. But Damwon continue to be on a tear, and it means now we get to have a conversation with both Canyon and Nogari.
Yeah.
The top side of the map here for Damwon Gaming. So let's go to that interview right away.
Alright, we're back with the members of the analyst desk. Damwon Gaming cruised through another series. We'll have a talk with Canyon and Nogari. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you. Alright, you guys are taking one step closer to the undefeated round 2. Alright, Canyon, tell us about the series today. It was a very clean game, as well as getting that pentakill. I feel very content in that regards. Alright, Nogari, you received player of the game as well. This is your first interview. How do you feel? I feel great because we got the win ASAP. And I haven't received POTG in a while, but I was able to get it, so I'm content in that regard. Alright, Canyon, you're the first jungler in LCK history to acquire a pentakill. How do you feel about that? It's kind of on the blue when I got that pentakill, but I was satisfied when my teammates helped me to get it. Did you know it was the first in LCK? Well, I thought that Offleague already did it in Kespa Cup, but in LCK regular season itself, I realized that after the game. Did you imagine to achieve such a feat? I never considered it because as a jungler it's very arduous to get a pentakill, but getting that pentakill made me feel very happy. Alright, let's check out the moment where you got the pentakill. Especially using Nidalee is very arduous to get that pentakill.
펜타? 그냥 혼발
펜타.
펜타 줄게 펜타 나 억장이야 타워부터
Hey, turret first.
야 밀어 일단 밀어
Push in.
에 초식에 있어 펜타 안 들어가네.
안돼
Stop watch.
나 타워 밀어 혼발 미안해
Just get rid of the turrets.
하고 해보자 한 명 남기고
Let's try. Leave one behind.
죽여 야함 주라 야 이번에
Yield it to us.
야 줄게 오빠
I'll die for you.
야
Yay! We got the Pena Canyon.
야 바스 좋다 야 바스
That's a good, comfy bus ride for sure. Seemed like all of the teammates were much happier than you are. So any words to your teammates? Alright, thanks for contributing to yielding the pentakill to me.
그 기회에서 다 몰아주도록 하겠습니다.
And next time, whenever one of our teammates has the opportunity, I'll contribute as well.
저는 첫 경기 엠픽에서
Alright, in game 1, in regards to the draft,
조이를 선픽했는데
Fate chose Zoe as a first pick. What was the reaction from Showmaker?
저 상대 밴 보고 조일
Looking at the bans from Sandbox, we predicted that Zoe will be first pick,
없었는데
so there weren't much reactions in regards to it.
많이 남아 있었어가지고 그냥
However, we had enough picks to play up against Zoe, so it didn't really matter.
조이를 가져오면
So amongst the team,
벌써 이긴 것 같고 그런 느낌이 좀 있나요?
you guys seem like you guys have already won the series whenever our Showmaker picks Zoe. What's your take on that?
우리 줄 돌아다니면서 막 다 맞추고
He
그러기 때문에
roams around,
그냥
hits his skill shots as precisely as possible. Whenever he gets that trouble bubble onto his targets, then he translates that into kills. So that's why we feel comfortable. Canyon, you've been performing very well recently. We're able to contribute to help the solo laners to carry the game. This wasn't really shown in tournament matches in the past, but now you guys are starting to delineate that. How do you feel about it? Alright, while I play, I have the mindset of trying to propagate the snowballs for my solo laners. So that's the mindset I go into every matchup. I think you're a brilliant jungler as well. Much appreciated. In the voice comm just earlier, Ghost was shouting that Bus Rider is comfy. So a lot of the critics mentioned that Ghost is the hidden hero of Damwon Gaming. What's your take on that comment? As aforementioned, we try to be very offensive amongst the solo laners and junglers, while Ghost holding his own ground. So I'm very thankful for him to do so. Because other players have been very exceptional, so I wasn't able to get the opportunity to have a POG interview, but I feel great for conducting the interview here. How do you feel? Because there has to be a lot of pressure mounted on your shoulders. Well, I don't have to do much in my respective lane, and I feel very comfortable and I feel very placid because our other teammates are performing exceptionally. Seems like you have been cohesive with your teammates, and how do you guys manage to make such cohesive plays? I think the decrease of my ISO deaths is directly related to our teammates performing extraordinarily. So I don't have to go for so-called clutch or super plays. So I just have to do my job, and that's all I'm focusing on, and therefore I think I was able to gain more stability. How do you feel, Canyon, about Noguri's stability? I just feel like he's doing the same, just like before. He's been doing his job exceptionally well, so it's very great and proud to see him perform well. The pros of Damwon's series is that getting that 2-0 victory always whenever they get the dubs, especially in a high-paced manner. Or Noguri, I have a question for you. When I used to be an active player, the stylistic aspect of your plays aren't really the ones that want to be on my side as well as on the enemy side. It seems like you have grown a lot in terms of being on the same page with the teammates and making team-oriented plays. What's your take on your development? I just try to do whatever is given to me. I guess I have changed, although I haven't really felt that myself, and I just realized that due to other people commenting on my alterations of playstyle. Is there any particular assignment if you guys don't finish the game ASAP? Like you have to play extra solo ranks or so forth? Just stylistically, we are very aggressive we're very combat-oriented, so I think that's why we're able to close out games decisively. Now your next series will be up against DRX, whom you fell to in 1-2. Canyon, your resolution? We lost in a regrettable fashion last time we met DRX. We're going to dwindle our mistakes, and we'll try to get the job and try to carry out the momentum. Alright, Noguri? I was very disappointed in my performance versus series in DRX. I'll prep as much as possible and get that revenge. Alright, congratulations once again, both to Noguri and Canyon.
개인적으로 너구리 선수가 본인이 바뀌는 거 못 느낀다는 게 인상 깊어요.
Seems like Noguri not realizing his changes is actually quite incredulous. Some people do feel it, and it's actually very surprising that Noguri doesn't feel the changes and the improvements. As aforementioned, the teammates have been supporting him really well, as well as Noguri putting in the work to be on the same page as well. Alright, after this series, there will be changes in the standings, so let's check out the standings.
Thank you very much, Brian, for the interview translation there. As has been some changes. Damwon moving up as Gen.G very, very close, but just don't get as many 2-0s as this Damwon squad does.
And the thing about this is Gen.G and DRX, they collide tomorrow night. It's actually the final match.
Yeah, this is a huge one.
And if DRX wins that one, the Damwon DRX collision is that much more important because I can't imagine DRX dropping any series to anyone else, and that should almost cement DRX as the first seed heading into playoffs, most likely. So it's definitely do or die for a few of these teams now, Damwon, Gen.G, DRX, with all of their next matches against one another because they're all neck and neck. They're so far ahead from the rest of the standings. T1, you never really want to count them out, but they're so far behind.
Exactly. The top three is right now. The top three is very, very locked down.
Yeah.
So looking forward to seeing that matchup tomorrow. But there is still one more tonight, guys. It's a long way away, though. Solo One Prince versus Afrika will be up in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Something like that. You guys.
And Afrika, they stomped Eastside teams.
We'll see whether they can do it this time around. They'll have a lot of time to work towards it, though, guys. We'll see you after this long break.
1+1. Hell yeah. In this episode, we're going to be heading over to LS's house. I have my housewarming gifts with me. Chipsuri, which is a traditional Korean gift for when you're moving into a new place. LS has been living there for a long time, but I've never been there before, so I'm assuming that it's brand new, and I'm going to make sure that I bring my toilet paper metaphor in order to wish him well in his place. Guys, we're finally here. Made it to LS's home. It's the first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited. Got his t-shirt gift, got the light off, got it back on again, got the toilet paper. Let's go. It's creepy, isn't it? Oh, I can't get in.
like I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. 'Cause whenever you're around, you just stick to me like glue. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to say. 'Cause all I really want is for you to go away. I've told you about 1,000 times, but you can't seem to read between the lines. I know I said it, but hey, I can say it again. Let's just be friends. Let's just be friends. Let's just be friends.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS. I hope you guys had a good break. It was, yes, many minutes between our Darm 1 series and now. But now it's time for Afrika versus Solo One Prince. Who knows what could happen? Apart from Afrika probably looking better because they're not against a top 4 team.
I mean, Afrika, they have basically been the slayer of Eastside teams.
Yeah.
So far here in Summer, they don't really drop series to them. It's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah.
Solo One Prince is looking like they could be the weakest team in the league right now.
They did just lose to Hummer Life Esports,
Why do you have
which
to
is,
say it?
yeah.
Brought back memories.
Yeah, that was the series, wasn't it? I was watching that one from
Yeah.
home. Thank goodness. Okay, points of the match. Let's get into it here for Solo One Prince versus Afrika. 9-match losing streak. Ain't great. They, of course, won their only match victory against Hummer Life in, I believe, the first week of LCK Summer. But look, this is real rough because Afrika, I mean, their last actual victory was against Solo One Prince actually a couple of matches ago.
Yeah. Can they? I mean, we'll see if they can manage to get another victory here today, or if Solo One Prince can turn things around. Both Ixu and Kane have been experimenting various counterpicks such as Cho'Gath and Hecarim. What will they bring to the Rift tonight? This is pretty interesting because Ixu, who's been known for some of his more exotic picks, not really finding success with them this time around. And I mean, interestingly enough, even Solo One Prince overall not having the kind of creativity that they had in spring. And with all of the 80 carries that were very prevalent, constantly getting nerfed over and over and over, Hybrid isn't having the same level of success either because the meta's shifted around him, yet his champions remain the same or weaker. So, can't even really turn to that. Karthus is one of the talking points for the match for Spirit. I am losing my mind that LCK doesn't even hover him.
And you know what's really funny? Spirit's like, I used to talk to him before I used to play Karthus, you know, what was it, like spring season, early spring season, possibly even last year. I talked to him, he's like, no, I don't want to play Karthus. And then he'd lock it in instantly as soon as they actually came out on stage. So not entirely sure what good old Spirit has planned, apart from probably wanting to play Poppy as often as he possibly can. I believe both of these teams have employed some Poppy so far. Yes, there is a game under Ixu's belt, and we have seen Spirit playing a bit of it. Might see a little bit more of her. You can see team goal difference of 10, 9th and 10th place teams.
Yeah, and I mean, the stats are not obviously that impressive. And Afrika, I mean, their average loss time is super early because when they do tend to lose, they tend to be tilting and just giving away so many kills over and over. So,
wow.
We'll see what they have in store here today. They're going to be on the red side, so we'll see how they utilize it and if there's going to be any creativity with some of the meta mix-ups. But also, Solo One Prince, I mean, what kind of an approach are we going to get here today? Flawless has really been looking like he is on not the same level of play as every other jungler here in the LCK, but not in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Mickey's been under the same scrutiny. I think he's had very up and down performances. I believe picked up a POG in their last win, but sometimes he rolls a 6. But we've seen mostly Snake Eyes throughout this season so far. Whereas on the other side, I mean, Fly has been someone else who's come into doubt, doesn't seem to be able to cut it against our top teams. But if Fly can get some semblance of lane priority, Afrika works very well as a team. And it just goes to show that mid priority is really, really powerful.
Okay, well, 11?
Whoa. No, but he's nailed the isolated deaths category.
Oh man, that's not what you want to nail. So that is the opposite of what is good. I don't think...
Wow. Why did we highlight this? This is super
I need to
depressing.
take a photo.
Yeah, take a photo of that.
Not every day.
How many top lane subs have we seen subbed in and out? I think Hanwha's been playing with 2 as well. So there's Dudu and Cuvee over there, someone in Smeb. So he's not actually bottom of the league, technically.
What we are looking at is burned boiled water. I'm gonna let that sit with you. Yeah, you can't burn boiled water unless you're Ixu, apparently. Unless you're Ixu.
Oh no.
I don't know.
11th in
That is the
10-team
worst
league.
stat page I think I've ever seen. That is more iconic than Lep's 0-16 and 2
Yep.
in the previous 2 games. I mean, they even made him feel bad. Look, he's hoping Ixu has a better game.
Yeah.
He can't. He's like, I can't believe they just showed that.
Why did they do that?
Why did they just do that to him? Honestly.
I also.
Oh man.
I mean, Fly also.
Fly's like that could have been me, maybe.
Well, he hasn't exactly been having the most fun, but he
Here,
still has a wry
laughing.
smile on his face. It's like one of his teammates was like, "Yeah, but at least you're better than Ixu." That's what.
Hybrid's like, yeah, that, you know.
1v9.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's rough. Definitely not the greatest stat line that we've ever seen. In fact, probably is the worst. As Mystic over here, he managed to pick up 4 back-to-back player of the games and has since not gotten.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit sad. The guy came out swinging, managed to pick up the first pentakill of the season in, I believe, day 1. It was certainly off to a good start. We'll see whether Mystic can get back to form as we move further forward into the season. Ben, his ex-teammate on WE, back with him. Haven't seen too much of Jelly recently. It's been Ben all the way.
Afrika, I mean, they really just need to try to figure out their stride. What ends up happening a lot of the times against top teams is they try to force the agenda, and then they fall so far behind, and then they tilt completely out of control. But against lower tier teams, they tend to get away with it, or the lower tier teams try to force things against them and then end up blundering.
I think it might be a confidence thing as well. I feel like Afrika certainly can play with a lot of momentum. They do have players that are able to bolster that, especially if they get into a good mood. And I'm, of course, talking about Spirit. But if Spirit's feeling down in the dumps, it's really hard for Afrika to feel I was about to say high spirits, but I really didn't want to. Let's just talk about the draft, shall we? As Zoe's going to be banned away. First up on blue side, up against Fly, one of his key champions at the moment. So I do respect the ban.
And Mickey, maybe feeling a little bit drowsy, not entirely sure.
Well, he needs to wake up. This is one that he needs to be present for. Karma banned on blue, which is interesting.
Karma banned on blue is so bizarre because she's such a powerful blue side B1 pick. Afrika banning away Aphelios and Twisted Fate.
And if you leave up the Karma in that instance, you can ban, you know, say, whichever jungler you feel like or another mid laner. And then you could almost guarantee a TF pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, well...
That Solo and Prince would have liked. I mean, Mickey's an okay team.
Sad. Being B1, and now Afrika can try to just respond to this by creating a team composition that Set is not very favorable into, and you end up neutralizing an entire pick on the enemy team. Let's see if Ezreal does get picked up. Okay.
I feel like Ezreal jungler could be a decent choice here. Unless Spirit wants to save it. I think for Afrika, maybe first rounding jungle isn't the greatest idea because Spirit has so many interesting picks that he can pull out.
And you can definitely wait for more information in order to get a more valuable jungle pick. And because we're talking about these things, that's why they're about to lock in jungle.
Right, yeah.
The Lee Sin.
And it'll be Lee Sin or Trundle, right?
No doubt. How about Sejuani, maybe?
Ooh, she's been buffed.
Ooh.
Get that extra damage in your
Honestly.
permafrost. Oh, baby.
All right.
Oh, this is
Fortunately,
Syndra. I think we're fine.
Yeah, we managed to.
And this is
Talk
actually
about it.
something that was almost permabanned against Fly in recent series. He's been very good on the pick.
Oh.
As a solo Prince going to do the Lucian Yuumi.
Yeah, they might try to do the Lucian Yuumi and then see where that ends up getting them. As the Syndra is most certainly going to be in mid lane.
Yep.
I'm very doubtful that here in the LCK we would have it ever be flexed into jungle or another role of sorts.
Well, I mean, if it's going to go anywhere, it's going to go into the hands of Mystic, but there's an Ezreal already picked up. As Afrika looking at what they're going to do to try and deal with this bottom lane, and Brad is, of course, a great choice. Can cosmically bind these two together. And that is going to be the Ezreal Bard lane locked in.
So right now we have two polar opposite types of team compositions. We have one with lots of control, terrain altering abilities, repositioning, long range, versus the straight up short range, hard engage on the side of Sully One Prince. So it really is fire versus water, fire versus ice up here, red and blue colored teams respectively as well.
Well themed, indeed.
Yeah. Olaf now getting banned away, so they're not thinking that Set might go into jungle.
And with the Syndra here as well, we're not looking at this Afrika comp as being a fantastic Karthus-style composition. But we'll see where Afrika do decide to go. Certainly still a lot of fun to be had, as there's the Renekton ban. Remember, Mickey is the only player that has played Zed so far in the LCK, and Zed got a buff. His Shadow's back to moving extraordinarily quickly.
Yeah.
This was nerfed very early on, and now it's back. And I don't know what that means, necessarily. It means a lot of fun, potentially, but we haven't actually seen it here in the LCK just yet. Wukong going to be taken off the board. Another pick that Ixu has had select success with, so they may as well get rid of it. Allow is still available, but I don't know whether Afrika are really too worried about Ixu. They may have seen his stats page. Solo One Prince thinking about their final ban here. 3 seconds to go. Kennen to be taken away. I was thinking Kennen or Jace.
I mean, I don't really associate Jace with Ixu.
No, not really.
By any means, so I don't know if the Kennen ban is in anticipation for that or what Sully One Prince are really thinking of.
All right, there's the Poppy lock-in. This is likely going into Spirit's hands, but could, of course, be top lane as well. It does mean if Ixu decides to play something like an Aatrox, heaven forbid, the Poppy would be fantastic into it.
Yeah.
And does keep Afrika's options open. I like it.
It pinches a lot of champions and basically prevents them from being able to be picked without Sully One Prince putting themselves into bad spots. Now, Alawi's coming in, and the thing that strikes me so bizarre about that is that Poppy is the only champion that she's being rewarded against right now. So it just feels like a very out-of-theme, one-trick reliance coming out here by Ixu. And now with the Afrika, I mean, it's Keen that has counterpick.
It's real
up
scary.
in top lane. Yes, they already have
Whoa,
control
that's
of the Lucian, but yeah, now you have two totally different Kassadin is so off-theme with all of Sully One Prince's team composition.
Well, I mean, the one thing that you can say is that Sully One Prince, they want to go in. Literally all of them can go in. Whether it's a good thing or not, I'll leave that up to you. But they can at least all dive onto a target and see what happens.
And the counter pick of choice is going to be Kayle. And so Ixu will have some control in the early stages of the lane, but then Kayle will take over, and everything will become a nightmare.
I feel like this is a 100% confidence pick out of Keen, though. Often Kayle is reserved to go up against Ornn or someone that's not going to interact with you in the lane. Alawi's a bully in a lot of instances.
Yeah. Should be able to bully Keen in the early stages of the lane. As soon as Kayle hits 6, though, everything should turn on its head.
Yeah.
And then from there, should be in total control of everything. So, the Kassadin pick, another thing that's very weird about it is it needs time in order to come online. Yes, it has Yuumi there to bolster it in the mid to late transition, but the Afrika team composition is pretty well suited at handling it. So curious what's going to happen here, because Set is really going to be stretched thin very early on in the game, where all three of his lanes need him, and all three of his lanes do not have gank setup, pretty much, whatsoever. And on the flip side for Afrika, it's mostly just about living and converting into a very powerful mid lane game.
Not to mention Spirit has extraordinary gank power against Illusion. Lucian can basically do nothing when a Poppy walks up to him. And so we'll see whether Mystic and Ben are going to be able to set anything up there for the Poppy on the bottom side of the map, or whether Afrika are just going to style on Solo One Prince here. Mickey, I mean, there is certainly a chance that the Kassadin pops off. We've seen a Kassadin so far this season get an 18-minute pentakill, but that was in the hands of Showmaker. We'll see whether Mickey can show us that there are still some of those sweet mechanics left. Triple teleports for both of our teams.
And we just see a little bit of aggression coming out by Afrika, looking for any sort of advantage they can achieve here early on, and I can't believe this is going to work.
No. A flash instantly.
Yep.
Yep, Secret wants nothing to do with that.
And one of the interesting things here for Fly is you can go double adaptive, and then you can open call, which then makes you have so much AD against Kassadin.
Yeah.
And you just rely on lots of auto attacks as Syndra, who has one of the best auto attacks in the game as a mage. One of the smoothest animations, so easy to do everything. And then you're able to be a lot more conservative with your mana. You're able to use E a lot more freely inside of the lane, and it just makes Kassadin have a pretty nightmare laning phase. And we take a look here at the jungle runes between each other. Obviously, the Hex Flash there for Set.
Ooh, Afrika not actually giving away that they have a ward there, which I think was really cute. Not going to suffer too much from it, as Fly, yeah, he's just going to pressure Mickey away. And with no flash, it means that that's going to be even easier. Hybrid misses the first CS there, and Spirit lying in wait. This is actually just so nasty. See, Spirit's just going to come. There's the flash head bonk, and that is a very dead Mickey already.
Well, I don't know what was compelling him to walk up to the lane and take as much damage as he did level 1, but hopefully we get to see it in a replay. Things
hopefully
have, I mean, well, things have already started off miserably. And for a team that looks as tilty as they do, Sully One Prince having their mid laner fall apart super early on can only spell things that are pretty disastrous. And when we look at every lane again, how do you want Set to gank for any of these lanes? He can't run top and get on Kale. You don't have any setup from Malawi. He can't run mid lane. Kassadin doesn't have any assistance except a Force Pulse, which requires Syndra to turn off her brain. And then down in bot lane, Yuumi and Lucian, good luck trying to actually get onto Ezreal and Bard unless Mystic and Ben really blunder.
Yeah. It's really not a great time here for Solo One Prince to start things off. Not exactly the highest win rates either on any of their champions. Only one game apiece for Flawless, Mickey, and Hybrid. As Ben did a DDR to get out of the way of that Prowling projectile. Worked pretty nicely. You can see not too much happening here in the bottom lane for the minute. Ben tries to find that wall.
Yeah. And very nice Q poke. And you can see Mickey's lane. It's in an insufferable position, having to call Flawless in to help him push it. And this just delays Kassadin's level 6. And it sets him further behind Syndra. Now, it does grant Mickey the ability to recall, but Syndra is one of the fastest wave clearers in the game in mid. So she should be able to walk up to the wave, hard shove it immediately, Spirit coming down for a gank.
Yep, actually really nicely held onto there from Hybrid, just to make sure that he has the Relentless Pursuit available, as that Cosmic Binding was a bit cheeky there from Ben. But Hybrid has teleport, he'll be back to this lane, he should be okay. But Mystic's already pulling pretty far ahead when it comes to farm, and Spirit coming down and helping deny really has only made things worse here. There's Mystic offering him. Cute little W onto Secret. And everything's just going to go back to normal. But it's just, it must be so hard for Hybrid and Secret now, knowing that their mid lane has already started off so catastrophically.
Yeah. And you can see Fly is just going to try to shove in this last wave, has more than enough time. Yep, W that minion wave, recall. And I'll pick up an item, and I mean, you look at the size of the minion wave coming into Keen, he's not really that far behind at the end of the day in CS. He still has both of his biscuits and a corrupting potion, so Ixu definitely having a very rough time here.
Yeah. We'll see whether he can find some spirit to test on Keen's side. That was no pun intended. There is no Poppy in this lane at the moment.
I thought you were just trying to make a bit of a hybrid joke or something, you know?
No.
You weren't into that?
Yeah, no.
Right.
Mickey is going to get smacked down. Oh, that's a fantastic stun coming in from Fly, but he doesn't want to tank that turret for too long. That was a fadeaway, not too bad.
Not able to quite get the kill. Flawless coming over here. They got to be really careful. Fly is almost level 6 soon. Looks like Spirit and Ben want to go over and pin the Yuumi.
Oh, no. There's the heroic charge. Into the wall. The exhaust is not going to do nearly enough. As Ben getting another boot, but the Zoomies will keep Secret alive. It's now Hybrid coming in to try and get something done, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to.
Doesn't look like they're going to actually be able to. Oh, no, they will. They will turn around and kill the ward. And Syndra very healthy right now. It looks like they want to set up a gank onto...
Kane's level 6, guys.
What are they... Hello?
The flawless drive-by. He just came in to check out what was going on, found out that he didn't want to stay there.
I get it, He was coming to ask King if he wanted any Girl Scout cookies.
Ah, got it, of course. Well, that's the flash out from Hybrid bottom lane. And that's just more minions being denied.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually matter. Like, every time this wave crashes, Afrika are making sure that all of the minions die to the turret.
Yeah, and Afrika and Mystic, I mean, they're getting such a sizable XP advantage as well with what's going on. Meanwhile, I mean, Mickey, he's doing a pretty okay job at trying to keep up in CS. They're dead even right now, but Syndra's up 6 because she's going to clear the whole wave. And you can see Poppy running around here. And honestly, that's a very exquisite skin.
I really like that Poppy skin too, actually.
Do you know Poppy's lore?
Oh, which lore? The updated one, the old one?
So I believe that her hammer is meant to only be carried by someone who's righteous or worthy enough. And the whole thing.
Thor's lore?
So it's similar, but apparently she carries around her hammer and asks people if they can try to lift it because she's looking for who's worthy. But the joke is that
friends?
Well, she's carrying it, so
right. Oh, so she doesn't even know that she's worthy the whole time?
It.
Oh my god, that is actually really cute.
That's the lore. Yeah, I think
she's like looking, who's going to be the chosen one here? Can you lift this heavy hammer? I'll pass it to you. Oh no? Oh, okay. True shot,
oh,
right?
Man.
Nice.
Poppy.
Spirit just walks in and steals that one away.
Yep. Oh!
And ulti utilized there. There's the flash heroic charge. Spirit has been so good with that ability. In fact, both times he's used his flash to get a heroic charge, he's managed to get a kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Spirit really on point here with Poppy!
Oh god, that's Fly with a solo kill.
I wonder how many tickets Fly gets from that at Disneyland.
I don't know, but I wouldn't go there.
You wouldn't go there?
No, not at all.
I wouldn't go there either
It's pretty dangerous. I heard that they opened it.
They did.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's still, you know. Disney World's great, but...
I'm actually curious if Lotte World and Everland are open in Korea. I don't know.
That's a good point. I haven't thought about that. I know that like most clubs are closed. I think clubs are closed here in Korea. You can't do that anymore. But you can go to a bar and stuff like that. That's absolutely
There's
fine.
social distancing at bars.
Yep, and also they take all of your information.
Yes.
And take your temperature before you go in. And then, you know, you of course have to give up your name when you get tested positive.
And
I see a bit of a fight here. They're going to interrupt our conversation as that's going to be a steal away on the Herald. Leap of Faith comes down. Ixu trying to do as much as he can, but he's down to 200. Mickey comes in. Spirit could be in trouble. The Tentacle's trying to do work, but they're going to stop because Ixu's dead. True Shot Barrage again. Sails majestically across the team.
It's
just mainly to steal farm. By the looks, Mystic trying to keep himself involved.
I mean, Mystic's up 30 farm right now. A couple of CS advantage in mid lane as well. Ixu is super far behind himself because also it's a Kale. So
yeah,
Kale's getting a free ride into the later stages of the game. And Mickey just falling further and further behind. He's level 7 right now. Fly is already into 8. So very big CS discrepancy there. And also Keen up an entire level as well. Spirit just having such a good performance on Poppy, and honestly, I'm so happy to see it.
I love his Poppy, man. It's really, really good.
Poppy is such an underappreciated champion that can go jungle, top, and support. And just take a look. I mean, really setting set up for failure here. Pinning him. And just really bringing down the hammer.
Yeah, look at the angle.
이걸 루시안
So
점이
we have a
어디야?
look at the solo kill here from Fly.
Where's Lucian and Yuumi?
미드 잡았다.
I got mid.
He definitely did.
Yeah. And then we just take a look at this, and another really good steal by Spirit, but you have to wonder, what are Flawless Nixu doing? Remember, this whole time, Keen has Kale's ultimate available, just never really using it unless the opponents would hard commit, in which case it's just a trap. So
yeah,
he's holding it in order to try to bait them in. Maybe they forget. Mickey is getting bullied here in mid lane. Syndra's so far ahead. She's so oppressive when she has an advantage because of her long range, her reach, and her safety. And things are, yeah.
Yeah, watching that lead expand as well as the turret plates were taken was pretty difficult here as Afrika. On the cards for a Game 1 perfect game, this was something that they were known for, I believe, in early 2017. It was just every Game 1 was like so close to perfect games or a perfect game. They were just very, very good at coming out swinging. See whether this is harkening back to that. The roster has certainly changed a lot. Outside of Spirit and Keen, who have stayed pretty true to the Afrika organization. Ixu still struggling. There's a Hex Flash to get Flawless over this wall, and we'll see whether that's going to mean that Keen has to press R. He may. There just might be an ultimate that needs to be used here. Not yet. Not yet. There it is. As Test the Spirit does come out.
Yep.
But Spirit's not even here, so isn't too worried.
And Spirit just keeping his
It's starting to get frustrating. Malawi is a thing that you have to think about.
Mickey with Yuumi. Trying to run around the map. Still doesn't have his Rod of Ages. Maybe it's going to be a 13-minute completion with no Seraph's Embrace. Ezreal already has the Iceborne Gauntlet that's really sticking it to Lucian right now in any mid-game transition fights as well. 4,000 gold lead here at 12.5 minutes.
And Afrika, at 12.5 minutes, have this control ward that they are controlling in the enemy jungle. Like,
they've had it there for a while. The 5th turret plate, first turret of the game, going down, spread out amongst 3 members. Hextech Gunblade already complete on Kale. Mystic going to move over now. It looks like they're going to pick up the Infernal Dragon. And honestly, I mean, if Mystic would go Leandries with his Iceborne, this is such an insane Drake for him.
Yep.
I always got to find a way to weave
I know. It's just the sale. You are very good. Did you have a chat to the shopkeeper? Did you have that conversation?
Some might say
how he
was
manages to sell all of these Morellos? That
There's
shop must just be full. It's just got bookshelves.
2 shopkeeper, and then there's the lost shopkeeper, which is me because of my lost sight.
Ah, right. Got it.
You know, and losing sense.
You certainly lose a lot of things. Actually,
I do.
Because I feel like losing is the easiest way to make an acronym out of an L. I think it's a bit lazy. I think you guys could be a little bit more creative, but that's all right.
What?
You don't need to be losing everything, you know? Lost speech, lost sight, lost shopkeeper, lost sandwich. How many more things do we need to lose?
You're making me lightly salty.
There we go. That's much better.
Yeah.
A lot of smiles over here.
A lot of
As Flawless going to move up with his secret Yuumi. And Hybrid's going to take a turret plate here for Solo on Prince. He's trying his best to get this squad back on track, but they're close to 5,000 gold behind. And we've started talking about LS acronyms, and that means that things certainly have gone a little bit awry here. As Mystic, he teleports towards the top side. No more plates for you, Mr. Hybrid.
Yeah. And this game is just going to be super brutal right now for Solo and Prince. Oh, it's
Control
bad.
wards
Yeah.
dead. Quickly, guys. Oh, no. Set kills things too fast.
And the other thing about the game state right now is Alawi, she is one of those champions that can, well...
Yeah, I think a bit of a team fight here is, Secret. No one to go back to.
Oh, Gromp was killing
Spirit's
her.
going to grab it. Yeah, exactly. Even the Gromp's getting involved. As Flawless was tempered faded out of the fight. This is a double teleport onto Keen, and Keen's decided that he can take them. See whether he's going to be able to. Hasn't had to use his flash yet. He goes pretty fast, as you can see, but gets slowed down, and now he's just dead, guys.
Yeah, I don't know what his decisions
don't give Mickey the kill. That's a bad move, as he's trying his best to avoid them here. Mickey does not a lot of damage, but still, that Rift Walk going to be enough, as Afrika not going to be getting a perfect game this time around.
No. It does cost them 2 teleports and a rotation down by Kosadin, causing him to lose the mid-minion wave. So, it's not like that was totally for free, but definitely a much-needed kill on the target that would be best for it.
Yep, true.
So, Mystic now up here in top lane, trying to just continue to farm it out. It's going to be the next Rift Herald as well, going over to Afrika.
Yep, Ixu getting some work done on this outer turret. Unfortunately, the plates have fallen down, but if he can kill this, that's certainly still going to be a great thing for Solo One Prince. As we have a look at it one more time, this is the kill onto the Yuumi.
Yep. And
you and me was
there it is. Yeah, denied by Poppy. She's such a great champion. When there's so many champions in the meta right now that have dashes, and things of that nature. So we take a look at this now. Keen not paying attention to behind himself. The teleport comes out, and if he flashes right away, Lucian will just flash and then follow up with culling. So it's the same sequence of events. I just would have imagined that he would have tried to go over to the left-hand side and maybe unite with Syndra, if that would be at all possible, but probably just thought that Mickey on Kosadin would be able to collapse in time first and pick up the kill regardless. But probably not going to matter all that much, as we have a 6,000 gold lead with an Infernal at 16 minutes.
Yeah. It's, look, there's a possibility. I was having a conversation with the Korean commentators, and Widid was telling me that Cloud Templar always finds that way that one of the teams can win. Even in the last series, right? Damwon versus Sandbox. Those games were basically over at 7 minutes. But Cloud Templar has this way of talking about a team and finding this one thing that could potentially bring them back that doesn't involve their computers exploding. And I don't know quite how Solo One Prince are going to be able to do it unless Keen keeps throwing himself over and over into them or something like that. But this is such a huge deficit for Solo One Prince to get past.
Yeah, you know what? Let me take a whack at it.
Yeah, give it a go. Give it a shot.
So I think in the event that Kale accidentally presses R before a team fight.
Got it.
And Syndra QW and E's the opposite direction. Ezreal Arcane Shift plus flashes into the enemy team.
All right, Keen hit level 11. That's scary. That's a perfect timing. That's going to mean that that turret will stay alive. Continue.
And then all 4 of the Afrika members clump up for Poppy to be superplexed into a 5-man face breaker as Alawi flashes forward with her ultimate. All while getting
has a huge
snared.
mega stack on his
He's coming in off of a teleported 4-stack Rift Walk from base with Guard. As Yuumi snares them up, he flashes forward and R's on top of them at the exact time that Lucian's Q AoEs on all 5 of them.
Not to mention
after this,
Blaze.
The game will still proceed for 20 minutes. And then there will be a Baron team fight.
Got it.
In which case, they will steal it, win the fight, get an Elder, still struggle to close, and then win through a backdoor. And I just want to let you know that that's in the other script that I didn't select for today.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So wait, you're offered these scripts sometimes?
Sometimes it's sort of like a choose-your-own-adventure book.
Well, I mean, that would have been an adventure that I would have liked to have gone on. Can you offer me some of these these options?
I didn't take it because there was a 19-minute lull state from 21 minutes to 38, and I just thought, you know.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little too long.
I would have liked that.
Oh, all right. Well,
we could have spoken about Apple Crumble and things like that. Ooh, I really like Apple Crumble. Do you like Apple
I just realized Zoe's newest skin, it looks like apple caramel tea.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of like thrown in together.
I like that.
Yeah.
Spirit's face is a little bit broken. Showstopper comes down. There's a Tempered Fate to make sure that Spirit stays alive for as long as possible. And he is going to. Gets the ulti out of Kale as well. It's a very dead set. As Mickey, yeah, he's Rift walking out of there. And Kale saves the day once again. And Afrika, they turn a bad situation into a good one. Test the Spirit comes in. But Ixu takes the majority of his health bar. Unleash Power was close, but maybe needed an extra orb on the ground there. Fly. As Spirit, you can see that he's lining it up. He's got that flash available once again.
Yeah.
And there he goes. Doesn't find the wall. He was hoping that Mickey clicked in a different direction right there, but that's all right. They still get the turret.
And, I mean, the game just continues to extend in terms of gold lead and pressure. Kassadin is level 11 right now with a Yuumi, but I really just don't think that it's going to matter outside of something super horrific happening, like we mentioned before.
Yeah. No, you took us through exactly what the scenario needs to be in order for this to happen. Looking forward to when Mickey does go back to base, purchases his Archangels, which will immediately be a Seraphs, then starts stacking it on that fountain.
Okay.
And presses that R button.
Right, off of a teleport.
In the meantime, you've got all of that other setup that doesn't involve Secret just dying, wandering around in the middle of nowhere.
The question for me, and it's not a secret, is what the hell was he doing there at this point in time? And I'm just looking forward to seeing it in the replay if we get one.
We will find it eventually.
Yeah, Superflex.
Tempered Fate was very nice as well.
Yeah. And really nice ultimate out of Kale. Mickey not really able to do anything. He would just be jumping to his death here. And Hybrid and Ixu not really able to follow up with anything either. So this game, Afrika, I mean, this is what they've done very often to teams on the east side, is they smack them around.
Yeah.
And they just walk all over them, and then they're able to convert it into a pretty decisive win. But when they collide with the Elite Four, that's where they experience a lot of struggle.
And also, I mean, remember in spring, they also fell to KT at the, second half of the season. So we need to keep tabs on Afrika and see whether they can continue to be our test for the East, the benchmark of what you have to get through the gatekeepers, as they were spoken about in the points of the matches. Spirit is going to find a really nice stun there onto Ixu. Ixu is dead, guys.
Yep.
Real dead.
And the level discrepancies everywhere is super big as well. 2 in jungle, maybe 1.5 in mid lane, 1 in AD carry. And the supports are even, but that doesn't really matter. And the additional base levels are not just extra skill points. It's the base HP, which can invalidate certain spell casts effectively. Turret shots as well. Yep. Mystic, getting a bit of damage onto him. 1 minute until Ocean Dragon. Now, if Afrika want to play it as absolutely Captain Careful as possible, they could just go and play for Soul.
Yep. I don't think they will. It's a 9,000 gold lead, and I have a feeling they know that it's somewhere around there. I do like that you bring up the levels, because I feel like this was manufactured mostly by Afrika, but we're not going to be able to talk about it. We'll just have to watch Ixu die again.
He just runs in, gets pinned, tries to get his ultimate off, but doesn't really have a lot of value. He's very, very
anemic.
Yeah. This game not having the best of times.
Yep.
A bit of Build-A-Bear going on inside of the inventory. Set is just going for a standard Set build, and when Set is behind, it's just the same thing as Olaf and Bully-Bear being behind. They don't really do a whole lot.
And also, I mean, Solo and Prince have absolutely no vision, but Keen walks into one area that they do. Gonna take a fair bit of damage there as the culling flies in. Remember, Keen does still have his ultimate. Test the Spirit is going to still be good. On to Spirit as well, so that's very fitting. Now Mickey is in so much trouble. Fly wants to find the ulti, but doesn't get there.
Yep.
Last chapter going to be enough.
And the Ocean Dragon's alive.
Yeah, true. An opportunity here, but Afrika walking.
Flawless?
If they want to, yeah, Flawless is running around very quickly. Certainly in an odd position. As Mystic is on the hunt, he is aggressive right now. Feels like he's hit his power spike. I have a feeling he has, as Afrika bully them away from this Ocean Drake, which is absolutely theirs, and that's Soul Point in another 5 minutes' time, assuming this game can actually last that long. Still at 9,000 gold for the lead. Afrika can walk towards the Baron and just take it if they want to. They're pinging on it right now. See whether they do make that call. Because their Baron turns also pretty outstanding, on top of the fact that Spirit can basically face check whatever he wants. And he's going to do that right now. Will find Flawless. We'll see where the heroic charge comes in. There it is. Hybrid going to just die in the meantime, and now Flawless is going to get closed in on. Good flash. Gets himself out of the way. But without their AD carry, Solo and Prince just do not have enough damage.
No. And
Ixu's on the bottom side of the map as well.
Hybrid has teleport available, but there's no way they can realistically contest this. They would lose the game if they do so. And okay, they're going to do so. Are you ready, Atlas?
Yeah, well, there's the teleport, like you were talking about. Mickey trying to get into position. The ulti's not going to land, but Flawless just dies before anything can even happen in the middle of the show. It was trying to be stopped. Also, the Leap of Faith comes in, and immediately, Ixu is just eliminated. As Afrika will eventually go back to this Baron, unless they decide that they really want to take down Mickey, but it doesn't look like that's on the agenda. And my god, the damage out of Afrika.
Today has just been a complete day of blowout so far. As Afrika, they extend their gold lead to 11,000 here at 25 minutes. And 3 Dragons threatening Ocean Soul. And for some reason, I mean, Spirit is finding the game hysterical.
Yeah, so is Secret, which was interesting. Not sure why Secret was finding it so funny. But it's better to stay happy and try and brush off losses like this, because this is just the most over. And dwelling on it doesn't do you any good.
The weird thing is Flawless uses such a heavy cooldown on the Raptor, or the Wolf Camp. Doesn't really serve a huge purpose. I think it's one of those things that you can look at and just know that the player is tilted when they start doing clearly suboptimal things.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we see it here as well. They call in the teleport. They're looking for an angle. FedEx runs in. Superplex, captured midair. That's overnight delivery. Kasada not able to really do a whole lot.
And Ixu did manage to get his ultimate off.
Yes.
So that did happen. But then immediately afterwards, he was dead. As Kane's going to probably be able to take down this turret. Solo and Prince are in the mid lane. Mystic just patrolling around. Afrika have completely closed the eyes of Solo and Prince right here. See every ward is being removed. Apart from a couple of lonely ones, but Ixu, oh my good, he can't even press his E button onto Afrika because he takes his whole health bar if he goes that close. As there's a showstopper. Flawless?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Flawless dying.
Chapter comes in, that is a brilliant double
nice
effort fade. The ulti comes out from Spirit as well, and I thought he was going to pick one target and pin them, but no. Decides to knock both of them up, gather 2 of those kills, and now Secret is the little cat on a book watching as his house is getting smacked around by Afrika. There's the ulti onto Spirit there as well. And yeah, Afrika, this has been a masterclass in early game domination and snowball control. But Solo and Prince, they need to go back to the drawing board here, as we're going to have a look at the Archangel staff sitting at about 500 stacks. Not even a Seraphs at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Kassadin just getting set up for failure right at level 1. I'm really sad that we didn't get to see how Mickey blundered it, because something had to go catastrophically wrong with how he played out level 1. And these are really the areas where when you go into the nitty-gritty of it, it really showcases errors that pro players are making.
Yeah.
And that you can learn a lot from, because it expands into other states of the game as well as other areas of the laning phase. Spirit, I ended up giving him player of the game as Afrika completely annihilate Solo and Prince here in game number 1. They also went for comfort picks. The Kassadin very off-theme with the rest of the champions and the team comp. They couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're really talking about, because every lane just sort of lost on its own.
Exactly. And it's really hard to identify, like, what are we going to fix now in order to be more competitive in the next game? Because it's like, well, how about we just indicate all of everything, and we'll see whether we can fix that. And that's not exactly going to be very good. So Solo and Prince certainly have a tough task ahead of them. I think that going for some more priority in potentially that mid lane would be a very good idea. As you can see, this is a bit of a cliff.
Yeah.
28 minutes, so not exactly Damwon style as far as their win time. I think,
not impressed.
Yeah, Damwon were like 24 minutes and 23 minutes in their last match, so Afrika's got to catch up if they want to be able to get there, but it was actually more controlled and more clean.
Yeah.
They lost 1 tower and 1 kill, otherwise it was just absolute destruction of Solo One Prince. And largely to do with that Poppy who's so good.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit really well piloting of the Poppy here in game number 1. And I mean, this is the same song and a dance for Afrika as they destroy side teams and then get destroyed by West Side. And a lot of it is sort of in their play. So we'll see what happens in game number 2.
Exactly right, guys. We'll see you after the break.
해도 되나? 야 온다 세트
피했어 일단. 빌라 올려줄게. 천천히 가. 왜
여기 앞에 볼게.
붙어.
야 스톱 제대로 갔다. 나이스.
나궁 있어.
그대로 끝내자. 끝낼만해. 나 풀벽궁도 돼 아직.
파사딘한테 스킬 다 꼽아.
거리 나오면 풀벽궁 해줄게.
나 궁도 돼. 야얘 궁 한번 쓰면 그냥 같이 타겟팅 하자. 네. 오케이 타워 치자.
내가 타워 좀 깨줄래?
웨이브. 자 대포 아파 더블 줄게. 이거.
풀벽궁 한번 내긴 하는데.
턴 맞았다.
안 하겠다.
개빨리 풀려.
빨리 먹고요. 다음에 반대쪽에서 빅 전사. 페이커 진입 준비. 페이커 에포트. 에포트 서로 라칸이 안쪽으로 들어갔어요. 만개 써주고 그 다음에 그리고 먹고 성 그으면서 헤디가 쳤고요. 체력이 다. 몇 명이 살아남네요. 그리고 소환은 그리고 소환은 엄청 아프고 잡았어요. 여기서 같이 있는 구도거든요. 올라서까지 왔어요. 와 그냥 뚫는 화살. 아니 진짜 몇 명을 꿰뚫을 거예요. 핵인 슬래시 액션 캐거.
그렇지. 정말 던전에 가고 싶은 그런 장면이 나왔어요.
저희 방금 페이커의 시원한 지나방이었는데요.
네. 아 생존했고요.
꼬치구이였어요 거의.
기가 막혔죠.
그러면 도망 잘 가야죠.
패스 일단 다
이러면
못해.
잘 살자. 알아서 잘 살자. 아니면
어떻게?
싸워보나요?
네, 열로 다 가요?
싸워보나요?
이 좁은 골목으로?
글쎄요 이거는
어디로 가요?
너무 큰데요. 남자답게 한번 돌파.
이거 다 쓸리는 거 아닌가? 하이브리드.
저기 베리오. 와. 트리플 K. 화염포. 와. 그리고 단도가 뒤에 올라프 있어요. 미팅이라도 어떻게든 버텨줘야 돼. 미팅에서 화살을 안 죽어요. 네. 뒤에서 안 죽어요가 문제인데 베리 안 죽어요. 진짜. 캐니언이 저러고 있어요. 캐니언이 저러고 있어요. 그다음에 기다렸다가 골.
좀 많이 긁었어요.
너무 심각하니? 그래서 돌면서 그냥
한명이 잡았습니다. 뒤쪽.
밀고 들어가자.
미르가 한 4인도만 했나요?
네. 유미를 태우고 있으니까. 그래서 카민이 엄청 컸는데.
표식이를 내나요? 표식! 더블킬! 이렇게 전장까지 더 들어가고! 트리플킬!
The crowd erupts.
Welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Seoreon Prince and Africa Freaks. Africa Freaks was able to get the first blood in this series. Both teams were composed of scaling champions, where Africa Freaks had Ezreal and Kayle, and SP had Yuumi with Kassadin. Ezreal and Kayle were able to go to the late game with ease because their laning counterparts weren't that suppressive. And SP had no leverage in both mid lane and the bot lane. And Africa Freaks was able to ruin set and also propagate the snowball very rapidly. There was really no chance for Set to do anything this game because Poppy and Bard just completely wrecked him in his own jungle, while Ezreal was farming alone without much adversities. So Kassadin was supposed to be an insurance policy, but even before getting to that policy, the game was completely busted open. In this game, Kassadin wasn't able to develop, and why was that? We see here, Africa Freaks invaded towards the red side of the enemy jungle, and Mickey, despite knowing that they were coming through that tri-juncture, he still went forward, and he had to burnish Flash for it. Here, when you look at the laning phase, Syndra has the advantage over Kassadin in level 1. Syndra proactively trades with Kassadin, and Kassadin took a lot of damage due to it. If Kassadin were to be full HP, then he wouldn't have died due to that dive play. However, he mismanaged his hit points, and therefore he was killed and yielded the first blood to Africa Freaks. And while doing so, Set was just getting the red buff and then staying away from that mid lane, so that was the disparity between Poppy and Set. And afterwards, Bard was able to roam around the map and make plays. Here, Africa Freaks jungle and support. As you can see, they're very proactive, whereas usually they stay very passive. Here, getting every CS and XP are imperative for Kassadin. However, he was severely pressured. And then Poppy Bard duo pressured heavily onto Yuumi as well, suppressing any sort of plays from SP's side. And there could be comments where what is Yuumi doing? Like Bard's like running all over the map and making plays while you're just staying in lane. And this is exactly what happens once you lose the leverage on your jungle, that both the jungler and the support can roam around and make plays. Another team-oriented play call here. Jungle and the support especially the Bard, was able to push out Set from his own red buff. And here another great play from Spirit was that, once again, Spirit and Ben both run immediately towards the blue buff where Set was located. And then we can see that he's a Poppy Meister with his skill shot usage. And that Poppy and Bard just completely ruined Set's state. Spirit was able to make plays and also contributed to Africa Freaks' victory. Let's see who the player of the game is, of game 1. And it is Spirit on his Poppy, 308. A deathless game for him. Alright, another positive sign for Africa Freaks was that the form of the mid laner Fly has been increased throughout the season. And now it seems like Spirit form has been ascending as well throughout this game. However, when things don't go too well, then they really fall apart. So you have the issue of inconsistent. And Spirit has been very playing in a safe manner. However, this time he's become very proactive, and you wanted to be the driver of the bus. And as long as he keeps up this kind of performance, then it will be a great sign of positivity for Africa Freaks. He got the unanimous vote for the POG. And let's see how Game 2 will pan out between these two teams.
Thank you so much, Brian, as usual, for the analyst desk translation and a well-deserved unanimous vote for Spirit. His Poppy was fantastic, and he's now taking a well-earned rest.
Yep.
That looks to be...
He's crying for the Fallen that he just massacred his Poppy. That's... To never say this man doesn't have any empathy.
No, he's just really sad that no one could hold up his hammer. He's a hammer delivery girl, okay? And he can't find the person to hold it.
It all makes sense.
He's actually just really tired. He's been carrying this damn hammer for so long. All he wants is for someone to hold it.
Why do all the players, why are they all sleeping?
Well, I mean, you know.
He's dreaming of something, honestly. He's yeah.
It's like, whoa. All right, never mind.
He probably woke up from a nightmare.
It was a Showmaker or Chovy nightmare, I think. Yeah.
R5 Renekton maybe. Came in there right at the very end.
I think you might be projecting just a little bit. I think that might be in a specific nightmare that we hear from. Trying to find where Spirit is as far as player of the game, as we do have Pick and Ban on your screen at the moment. Having a look through, I don't think it's has he even got one so far this season? Having a look. That might have been his first.
Yeah.
All right, Spirit on the board.
100 points now for him. Sully One Prince now banning away the Poppy. I don't think that was entirely the issue. So it's always interesting to see bans like this right out the gate.
Well, sometimes you see the thing that you lost to and you get rid of it, so you don't have to deal with it. And look, I'll respect it for that, you know? It's not exactly very transcendent, you know? It is on one level. However, it's fine. That did win last game, so maybe it's a good idea to ban it.
Well, Aphelios now being banned away by Africa. Sully One Prince banned away the Volibear. And it gets really hard to try to imagine what bans these two teams are really thinking of prioritizing as Set now bites the dust.
And so Karma needs to be banned.
Yes.
See whether that is going to leave the Rift. I won't write it down just yet because Sully One Prince might do something funny with it, but no, it is going to come through. So Ezreal probably standing out as a possible first pick, but no, Kalista will be taken away. Was banned in game number 1.
And we'll see what Sully One Prince want to try to respond to this with. Obviously, they could just take Ezreal right now. Ezreal jungle as the response. I feel like other things would definitely be interesting. They could also go... They could attempt to do... Well, no, they're hovering Ezreal.
I'd like an Ashe lane, personally. I think it's really strong into Kalista, but no, it will be the Ezreal like you talked about. A lot more flexible. Fits into a lot of drafts. He's now flawless. What is he going to be taking away? I feel like Spirit's going to have an Italy game. It's just what I'm feeling at the minute. Because that's an Olaf. Always worries me when you're not picking it alongside something like Karma, but we talk about this like a broken record, and Olaf still gets picked, sometimes wins.
I mean, it's one of the biggest mismatch pairings for R1, R2 that can possibly exist in the current meta. What Ezreal is looking to try to do is generally the opposite of what Olaf is trying to do.
Yeah.
And so they're on two very different ends of the spectrum. Afrika now going to pair the Taric with the Kalista. And then you know that you're going up against an Olaf, so you have a lot of options when it comes to picks here. Obviously in mid lane Fly could just choose a generic long-range utility.
There's that Italy that I was...
No?
I had a peek at your script.
Did you?
The abridged version,
Okay.
not the other one that you told us all about in Game 1, because that, of course, did not happen. Yeah, had a peek through and thought that Spirit might have been feeling himself. Feels like heading on to some Italy here. Let's see whether it's as good as Canyons, as Solo One Prince. Thinking about putting Mickey on the Emperor of Shurima himself. 2 seconds to go. Mickey's still thinking about it, but will lock away the pigeon. The illustrious sand pigeon.
Yeah.
Don't want to take away from his majesty.
And we'll see what the bans are. Maybe they just do target Corki and friends. The traditional Azir answers, because I can't imagine trying to pinch any top laners or anything of that nature. Syndra, okay. Going to be taken away from Fly.
I assume Syndra Zoe to be the bans here for Solo and Prince. And Afrika can target Ixu if they want to. Honestly, they could almost just leave the ban open and not feel too worried about it. Although, they're the ones that are going to be blind picking for the top lane. So, might mean that they'll aim for something like a Kennen, but of course the Syndra Zoe were going to be banned because they had to be. They are the two picks that our Flyers looked most comfortable on.
And at this point, would imagine Corki could just be the go-to against the Ezreal and the Azir.
I like the Brad ban. Get him out from beside the Ezreal.
Solo One Prince now, they could just take their support here, given that the bot lane matchup is already confirmed.
Yeah.
And with the Nidalee being there as well, you have a pretty good idea of what Afrika is going to do on their follow-up pick, so I don't think there's a lot of hiding necessary.
Yep, Yuumi going to come in, the Ezreal Yuumi lane. Zoe was banned, so unfortunately we only have Meowth and James. As Fly's going to go down his tier list, and he finds himself a Lissandra. 8 seconds to go before he locks that one away. Not exactly phenomenal into the Azir.
And Jace is a means to counteract the poke and range of Ezreal, Azir, Yuumi, paired with the Nidalee, so it's a bit of a different spin. We got a Gunslinger and a Druid over here.
Yep. Soraka with stick. As Ben now going to think about what Fly wants to play. He has, I believe, played a bit of Echo here this season, and is going to lock that one away into the Azir. Certainly more of a matchup pick, but let's see how Fly is going to do on it. Ixu. What is his answer to the Jace? Could be the Ornn. Just back on Ornn duty again.
Looks like that will be it for Afrika.
Certainly something that could allow him a little bit more leeway in this game. And that is going to be locked away. So a very standard looking composition here out of Solo One Prince, and I like the Yuumi with the Olaf, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think Olaf needs a little bit of help, and Yuumi certainly does do that.
It just feels like Solo One Prince, they have such insane amount of scaling on their team composition. If they do manage to go the distance, they're going to be set up for a lot of success.
Yeah.
Especially if Ornn's ultimate is used defensively to disrupt the Cosmic Radiance on the side of Taric and not allow the Afrika team to engage. Obviously, counter poke measures are there with Nidalee and Jace. A lot of all-in potential, but a heavy amount of emphasis on lane kingdom needing to be achieved in bot and mid so that they can also play for and utilize soul pressure to sort of threaten this Sully 1 Prince team composition. So I like the way that they drafted. And let's see if Afrika have the skill in order to convert this kind of a draft into a lead against Sully 1 Princes, because Sully 1 Prince, all they have to do is really just weather the storm.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot out of their hands as far as initiative is concerned. I do like that. I told a lie, guys. Fly hasn't played Echo so far this season. He played it in spring, though, to a whopping 0 victories and 3 losses. So we'll see whether this is going to be his first win for 2020 on the champion. As look, honestly, if I saw this draft in a lot of other teams' hands,
yeah,
I'd be like, damn, this is going to pop. Because it does have a lot that it can do, especially in a team fight. The ornament's also going to be helping out, like you've mentioned already, but they do need to put it into practice as Keen is going to surf his way towards the top lane. Spirit in kitty cat form, seeing what he can do as Mystic just with the default Callista skin. Haven't seen too much of the old default Callista, as we've got some cheese a-brewing. There's been, oh dear, we don't know where they are. I like this, Jonas Strong.
Undertow.
Okay, that's everyone.
Yep.
Mystic, oh, he might have to flash. That's the second Undertow, that's an exhaust. That's heal used. He's holding this flash till hell and high water.
Wow.
And he does manage to survive, okay, so only the heal.
And trades a summoner spell against Secret. And so not the end of the world by any means. Lots of discipline there by Mystic.
Yeah, not having to flash there is actually insane. A lot of people may have just flashed anyway, but not going for it. And that means that, you know, doesn't get flashed after and then killed. So probably a very good idea that he didn't do that. Is that a gank in the mid lane? Interesting. Hybrid Secret, seeing if Fly was going to play overly aggressively.
As we'll see what ends up happening. Sully 1 Prince, again, with the Olaf, they want to convert into early dragon captures and things of that nature. But the way the lane setups are, Nidalee has a little bit more freedom. Callista and Taric should be pretty fine in that department, and Nidalee is very fast at the jungle clear, able to basically do both modes a little bit better than Olaf, and then if top lane is left solely on an island, it really matters on how well Ornn is doing with the CS department in order to stabilize it.
Wow, Mickey just pressured Fly all the way out of this lane as Dazzle is going to land. Ignite already onto Hybrid, who's running for the hills, but he's just not going to be able to make it out. And that is a rend for the kill. Secret's going to take a hell of a lot of damage from that one also. And yeah, I mean, what is about all you can really say?
Yeah, I don't know what is going on in these games. I mean, even in this game again, Mickey, look at Mickey's lane state. So many spellcaster minions. Everything is just a disaster. And now he's going to stand still with a Sand Soldier. And you're going to
what?
What is going on, man?
Spirit? I don't think he actually had the execute.
No. But what is Mickey doing? He's handshaking
a
fight while all the minions are dying. And then he's going to teleport back in, blow that. He has no gold for a legitimate purchase. I mean, he picks up a Dark Seal, I guess, so a little bit fortunate there.
Seeing whether he can kill Mickey. Oh, sorry, kill Fly. Not going to be able to. Fly going to do the teleport back as well.
So he teleports back instantly, blows a corrupting potion charge, fights him through all the minions, and he's still missing a bit of HP and mana now. So Fly is just in such a good position coming off of his teleport, even though the items are even.
Yeah. Extra control ward here for the Echo also, as he was able to stick around for a little bit longer. Mickey still, I mean, I like the aggression. There is at least that. I'm trying to, you know, half film a cup. As Fly over here nicely navigates his Time Winder as King goes down to 200. Still playing aggressively here, as Ixu might just be in a position to combo him to death. He's going to walk past the minions and not going to be able to find the Jace. As Flawless thinking about a dive, but just a little bit too late to the party.
And Spirit Not going to end up locating the Olaf.
Yeah, I don't think he actually spotted
Yeah.
him.
Trap ended up going down. We're not going to
Oh.
talk about that. Honestly, it's fine. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
I don't know
That's
what
how
you're
it goes
talking about.
sometimes. Yeah, I don't know either.
He nailed it. Nailed the second one. It's totally okay.
Now Keen is up just a little bit in the CS department. Not the end of the world. Let's take a look at how this all transpired. So Hybrid, I mean, from this angle, he can't really flash or get anywhere. So it's just one of the easiest kills in the world. And then immediately, Yuumi forced out of the lane, and we take a look at bottom, and things are already very rough. I mean, the wave is coming into Kalista, and Olaf is about to start pathing away from bottom unless he's going to try to temporarily use this bottom lane pressure to convert into a Drake capture.
Could be an idea, and that's where he's situated at the minute. But instead, he's coming down for a gank. But Prowling Projectile not going to be able to find any targets. All right, there's the bait. Flawless going to wrap around. They get the information very late as Hybrid. He's been ignited. Ben just looking to bop him down, and Mystic, he's flashed to safety. That's called an outplay, guys.
Yeah, and you see Hybrid's reaction. He bangs his head into the back of the chair. And what is...
Mystic's, he's still going. He's looking for another one. Spear's going to land. Flawless is dead. Mystic's now 2-0-1. Secret may just fall down here as Spirit holds onto the turret aggro. So easy. 3-0-1 now. That might just be Blade of the Ruin King. Who knows? So much money here for the Kalista. And Mystic might be heading towards finally, his 500 points.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3-0-1 right now on Kalista. Yuumi running back to lane with the home guards. Hybrid down there in bot lane, but he picks up the tier. He knows that the only thing he can do is just try to permanently farm with Mystic shots.
Yep.
And at least he can try to stack that bonus up. But Afrika now, they pick up a very early dragon. This is going to be a very early soul. Ixu.
There's the on-horn. Oh no, but he gets booped, and so he can't call back the ram. He had Ignite. He was ready for that. That was his solo kill.
Yeah, messing up the Ornn lethal a little bit.
Oh no.
Oh, was he tilted? Is he tilted?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yes, he is.
yes.
But he's got the Ignite.
Oh,
He's
man.
still dead. However, got the kill.
Got the kill, and his jungler is going to pick up all the farms.
Yeah,
so,
and I'll get G-Sun on it. Did he type worth in all chat after he died? Because if Ixu did that, guaranteed, 100%.
Yeah, 100% mental. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all about mental warfare at this point in the game. So, at this point, though, things are just looking so grim. 2,000, or a little bit over a 2,000 gold lead here for Afrika. In game number 2, Mickey is having the entire world collapse around him so far here. And one of the things that's surprising me the most is, yes, Ezreal has a tier, and yes, he can permanently farm from a distance. But Afrika's lane state, it is pushing away. And so you can see that Spirit's down here. He is continuing to just farm up, but not a whole lot of responsibility on him to make anything happen anymore. Bramblevest picked up first by Ixu.
Yeah, there's a lot of traps that Wallace has to walk through here.
Ends up revealing his location. Kalista does have ultimate available. And so Hybrid and Secret do have to be a bit more careful than they would otherwise be.
Yeah, Ben doesn't have to be quite as careful as he would otherwise be. He, of course, has that extra safety. Just making sure he stays out of sight. Does the Taric. The Sply moving up towards the top side. You can imagine that this is an opportunity to get a gank going, as Ben is about to hit level 6. So bottom lane is certainly...
And he doesn't have ult ready.
Yeah.
So this should be a pretty easy dive.
Yeah, Ixu going to get the knock up there onto the Jace, but it's Fly that's tanking the turret, and therefore goes untargetable. Everything's going to be okay as Spirit lands the spear. Mickey going to have to use his ultimate. Good pounce over, but the auto not going to be quite enough. And he goes down to about 80 health, but otherwise the Azir will survive.
And Mickey is, I mean, he's the only one that this time around he's actually doing stable inside the laning phase. But it just does not seem to matter. The gold advantage almost at 4,000 here at 9 minutes into this game. Mystic down here with his Vamp Scepter and his boots, just hopping around, continuing to get so many edges. Flawless is going to move over here. There's no Blast Cone. He's going to get the bad news about the Herald. He might come over and look to make a little bit of a quick donation. Depends how much FedEx he's feeling right now.
Well, Parallel Convergence will deny any sort of entry here, as he does have the ulti, but he's decided that he's going to save that one until a different game, I think, as the Ignite is going to take... What the heck? Guys! Okay, Fly is eventually going to flash, but he's going to die for it, as that is just... that's a blunder. That's an overexcited situation there, as the cool guys sometimes have to look at the explosion. As Ben trying to lock down Ixu, but he's pretty tanky.
Oh!
That's a pretty easy couple of kills. And Afrika will redeem themselves somewhat. Mystic towards the bottom side, just happily 1v2ing. Tarek will meet him.
And this is more and more turret plates going down right now. They have the Rift Herald. They might just use it right now here in mid lane. And so...
Flawless?
A FedEx overnight delivery, I told you, Alice.
Oh, right. Got it.
FedEx, I mean, FedEx same day, maybe.
That's why they were thinking about Corki, and they were like, oh, no. We don't need another package delivery service. We're already done. And so Afrika decided that Corki was unnecessary. Shelly going to get the old double charge. A lot of value. As Fly moves towards top lane. May as well clear that one out as well. Have a look at this one once again.
I don't know what he's doing. I really wish I could. Actually, I don't. I don't want to be inside the thought process
he's saving
that is going on there. Now, Afrika did blunder. They gave away a kill, or almost did, and then it allowed Ixu to actually pick it up. But Mickey is trying to help out here, and then Ixu gets hit by the Shock Blast. It almost looks like he's going to get hit by the spear, and then Mickey says, "I'll give you two." And so... You know, just coming on over to Disneyland.
Yeah, I guess so.
Is what ends up happening.
Flawless, yeah, it probably shouldn't have been standing underneath that turret, as Azir's dead, PS. Yeah, we'll keep you updated on how that one occurred. We'll probably have a replay.
Yeah.
As Mystic's going to take some more crockery here from the bottom lane. As, yeah, we only have 2 more plates to be taken on top and bot, and then there'll be all the plates, as Flawless is once again getting taken down extraordinarily low. Teleport going to come in, so that is going to deny the kill, as Hybrid is the one that moved on up. And therefore, inner turret's going to go down in mid, outer turret will fall on the bottom side, and Solo on Prince will claim the top outer turret.
All right, let's take a look at this.
볼게.
I'm looking for this.
잡았어.
We got him.
올라프 탑이고 이거.
Olaf is top.
Okay, yep. So they get they're going to leave those plates because they're not going to be greedy. And Flawless, he's in his own jungle trying to catch back up again. Spirit is 2 levels ahead of him here at 12.5 minutes into the game. Keen moves back top. He wants to be able to eliminate these last couple of plates, because if you take every single plate, that's how you know you've already won the early game.
This could be the first pre-20-minute victory in LCK with the power of Shirley.
Oh, she could just smash her way there.
From FedEx. The powers combined.
They are Captain Planet.
Oh, man.
Have they made any new seasons of Captain Planet? Captain Planet was so good.
Captain Planet was really good. I really enjoyed it growing up.
I liked Kwame. He was my favorite. As Ixu taken down to half. Probably going to be taken down all the way. As he does blow the horn. Flawless is making his way in, but there's an odd situation there as the Ram decided not to go back. Mickey skating his way out of there as a Fly wants to get over this wall, parallel convergence, but Hybrid not going to be standing in the circle. Circles equal bad. And Solo and Prince know that. They're going to lose their top outer turret, though.
Whoa, this might be a 15-plate game.
Yeah, it is. That's a lot of crockery. As Hybrid, ooh, Time Winder, not going to land the second proc. The Fly gets to walk over here because there's no inner turret in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous.
It is super surprising.
Hybrid's so incredibly low. Flash forward, Spirit's going to execute him. Secret, he's getting out of here. There's no way Flawless is going to survive. This inhibitor turret could be going down now as Fly is still going. Does have the Chrono Break available, so he's in no danger at all. And now inhibitor turret to be broken at 14 minutes.
It is bad to take the inhibitor here.
Unless they plan on winning now.
Yes. So the downside to taking the inhibitor, if you're a viewer watching this, if you're in a solo queue game and your teammates want to take an inhib this early, generally you want to ping them back. And the reason that you want to ping them back is because now the super minions are permanently denying you several hundred gold of minions every single wave and funneling the XP over. And then because of your cumulative level lead over the opponents, both your top and bot lane is also permanently going into Solly1 Prince. And if they can hold on, which they probably won't in this game, but in uncontrolled environments like solo queue, opponents can actually start to reclaim XP advantages and even gold leads in some instances, and that's why an inhibitor can oftentimes work against you, and why the last year and a half or so, pro teams have stopped taking inhibitors unless there's really timings where they can utilize the benefits of the super minions.
Well, there's an Emperor's Divide here on the top side of the map. Mystic's going to pull the sticks out. Good night, Mr. Pigeon. Sun turret also going to be taken here as Afrika looking for Shirley. She's going to be piloted into some Nexus turrets, I believe. As Afrika now going to move down to meet the rest of their team. LS, I know most of the time you would be talking about taking an inhibitor right now as a mistake. They have a 12,000 gold lead. I feel like they're just going to take Shirley and break open the game pre-20 minutes.
They definitely could go for a pre-20 minute game. I don't think we have had one of those. The last time there was a pre-20, was it the Team Dark troll game with 5 smites?
It may have been. I hope it wasn't the certain loss at a World Championship, as I don't have to talk about that as Ixu. He's managed to find himself Fly, who gets a fair bit of damage there with the Chrono Break.
Yeah.
Just executed and Fly flashes out. Oh my god! Cosmic Radiance will be the death of so many more Solly1 Prince players as Hybrid gets stunned up now, trying to kite this one out. Spirit, though, has so much healing with the help of Ben.
Man.
And Afrika are looking for a sub-18-minute victory.
They're going to do it!
Yep, this is it. Shirley even comes up. We could have a Dancing Rift Herald sub-17 minutes. She's going to smack her skull into the Nexus. This one's over, LS, the shortest game for the LCK, and there she goes. Have a dance, Shirley. We're going home real early tonight.
Trying to... what do you want me to say? Don't look at me like that.
Like what? I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't look about you. I didn't look at you in any sort of way. Yeah. Sometimes you have a snowball that is propagated, as our friend Brian would say, and sometimes
I'm gonna give it to...
thing just explodes. I don't know.
I'm gonna give it to Ben because he got the ball rolling with a couple of the stuns.
I think
that really started. And that was the previous fastest game.
Yeah. So this has been it by 4 whole minutes.
And it was actually set by Damwon this year.
Uh-huh.
So...
No, this is for 2020 Summer. I don't know whether we've gone back in history just yet. We'll have to get some word from G-Sun as to... was that actually the previous economy?
So,
I think they've been
in
faster.
LCK, I think that's the fastest ever.
Yeah. I think there have been some previous tournaments from years and years and years ago that were much faster than that.
Obviously, T1's loss was faster than
that. Wasn't in the LCK, though, so we don't need to talk about that.
There was the Team Dark loss. It is confirmed fastest in the LCK ever.
Wow. That's nutty. I mean, before the LCK existed, there were Korean leagues, and there was a very famous game that I believe was won in like 12.5 minutes.
Ooh.
That was a very silly Heimerdinger game that you should go back and watch. It's Papa Smithy and Pastry Time, and it's probably one of my favorite casts that I've ever heard, and it's very funny going back and hearing them and what they used to sound like about 8 or, close to 9 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Well, this is the kind of series that can actually ruin a team internally.
Yeah.
Because you will just boom, and for a team that is already 1 in 10 now, you have to wonder what the environment must actually be like. And I mean, we were seeing some of their reactions. Hybrid banging his head against the back of his chair with some of the blunders that was happening. It's obviously very, very sad and unfortunate, and they don't look anything like Spring. And you have to wonder what happened because they were really turning things around towards the end, and now it just looks like...
It's interesting because, you know, Mickey came in and he wanted to give some added, I guess, experience to the squad, things like that. Like his whole goal was to teach macro, but that hasn't really happened. I feel like they probably made too much of a change in how they sort of conducted themselves, and it hasn't really worked out. As we're going to have a look at this first kill,
it wasn't
just
even
too easy.
Just the bot lane, though. Remember, Mickey stood his ground at level 1 and 2, voluntarily losing the lane. And then this was a really good bait. The intent was good. The execution was not flawless. I'll tell you that much. Honestly, it could have been better. You know, if it just matters on how you're looking at it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's no secret that this was the start of a downfall.
That was a missed defense. Absolutely.
Thank you.
The
spirit will live on.
Well,
I'm keen to see this one more time.
I'm not! No, I'm not even going to try.
It was the most flawless tilt play that I ever could have seen. Oh, this one.
Yeah. Who's that Disney character?
Who? Oh, you mean the mouse?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll just take a look.
What do pigeons do?
Well, I think I'm helping here. I think this is looking pretty good for us. Next time you're gonna want to run away, hold on. Let me give him 2 instead. Yeah. All right.
Perfect. That sums up the game, basically.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much
secured.
The thought process there.
Yeah, these are. It's not feeling like highlights, to be honest, man. Like, we might be making jokes and things like that, but this is really sad for Solo One Prince. This is a team that was really fun to watch during spring, back in the AP Cave days. Let's hear Afrika as they take Solo One Prince down in a record setting. Really short time.
천천히 봐. 숨겨줄게. 가자, 들어가자. 갈게. 2초, 1초. 내가 미드 가자. 달령. 야, 우리가 최단 시간? 가자. 야, 전령 깔아줄래? 전령 깔자.
깔자. Let's use Recaro.
야, 16분인데?
16분 뭔데?
뭐야?
불러. 빨리 끝내.
야, 속도에 칼퇴. 아, 얘들아 말하지 마.
야, 넥서스. 나 이거 F한테 W 가.
얘들아 웃지 마. 뭐 하는 거야 지금?
Don't laugh. What are you guys doing right now?
넥서스나 때려.
오케이. 전령 댄스 받는데.
Well, Fly laughed.
Yeah.
Whoever told him not to do that, he ignored them. As these are some pretty sad damage graphs, but sub 17 minutes, 16:54.
Well, I mean, Keen had a everyone on the side of Afrika just had a very good day today. Spirit really popping off, the coordination between them, and a lot of the extended trades, the setups, so many things that was happening. And really, the same can't be said for Sully One Prince. And their gameplay, it's just not... I don't know how really to say it. It doesn't look like they care.
Yeah.
In so many points. They are handshaking. They know they're losing the trade before they start it. It's one of those solo queue things where it really, I mean, there's literally a report option for it. It's called briefing.
I was going to use that word, but really didn't want to. As Ben, he's going to pick up player of the game. The Tarek, like Ellis, voted for. Everyone on the same page here. 300 points now for that gentleman. He's not threatening Chovy, and therefore it is one that we are happy to vote for. As,
I thought he
played
really
very well.
Yeah, he did. And the stuns on the target really got the ball rolling down in bot lane. He also had a couple of good roam timings as well, and he was there for his teammates in that regard. So, Afrika, I mean, they were just very on point today. Spirit having a very good day on the Poppy and the Nidalee. Yeah. Such good mechanical execution on so many of the plays. Obviously, this was the one blunder Afrika was making.
Yeah, that was the worry at that particular point in time. But
there's no way they ever chew through Nidalee and Tarek there. And this is part of the things I'm alluding to, where anyone over a certain MMR threshold is going to look at these and be like, well, of course these champions are losing here. So the professional players are obviously aware of it in the moment, and yet they continue to handshake in. And I mean, we saw what Olaf did several times in a row, walking to his demise.
Yeah, it did.
No aid.
We've actually had two junglers, like one after the other, really fall into the same traps, right? Of letting their emotions get the better of them. As we are going to go to the interview now, so here's Brian.
All right, let's meet the player of the games from this series, Spirit and Ben. Congratulations on your victory. Alright, first off, Spirit. This is your first POG in the Summer Split. Your thoughts on it? All of our teammates played very well. I didn't expect to receive POG. And this, I feel content for receiving the first POG in the split. I hope you receive more of POGs. How about you, Ben? Yes, I did receive POG, but it's because everyone else contributed and I just received it as a representative. Alright, you showed off your jungle Poppy in the first series against SP, and you pulled it out this time again. You're the only one who's constantly using jungle Poppy. What are the strengths of Poppy jungle? It's very fun to use. The cons of Poppy jungle is that the teammates don't like it. Well, I guess you're using it quite frequently because the pros are much better than the cons. Are there any tips using Poppy? Whenever you see flying champions like Yumi, and just press W. Well, you guys are known as the gatekeeper of the West, not being the top contender, but not being at the bottom of the pack. How do you feel about it? We do feel the same. We hope that changes in the near future. Or we hope to expect the altered form of you guys. Are your Poppy really popped off? What kind of shot calls went amongst you guys in terms of your roaming and route running? Everything was going on a lot on the fly, so I can't really recall it exactly. You're one of the older players in the league. Seems like there's a decline in your mechanics. Is there any specific routine type that you use to practice? I watch pawns plays from the past, and that's how I practice. There has been a lot of expectation of potential use of Karthus. Are you smiling because we talked about Karthus? Isn't Karthus a viable pick right now? Karthus, it's hot garbage. It may be good in solo queues, but not in competitive scene. Seem like you're very proficient with champions that have to charge in. And what do you think when you get yourself going, then the team wins, whereas if you fall behind, then you lose? That's a perfect analysis. What do you think about the use of Bard in the bot lane? If the Bard is Bard is used effectively, then it's a very good comp to use. Let's talk about game 2. Kalista had to burn his heal from the get-go. Did you feel worried about that? It's been frequently happening, so I didn't really feel anything. Are you guys aware of the record? This was the fastest game in LCK history. Your comment on it? We don't really care about it. And when we were getting rid of the Nexus, we realized that we got this in a very fast manner. Once we heard it from others, that's when I knew as well. Is there any record that you want to break? Not really. Our goal is to make it to the World Championships. So winning all the remaining matches is our goal, and set up a great winning streak. Alright, we were able to witness the Herald dancing, as well as a 15 tower turret difference. how were you guys able to manhandle your opposition tonight? I think we drafted according to our team style and color very well. I think that was the biggest factor to today's victory. All right, how would you rate today's series out of 10? I'll give 5 out of 10. Why? Not entirely sure. Alright, next up, you guys have to face HLE. Your resolution to that next series? We believe that our coaching staff will carry us in the next series as well, so we'll do our best in that regard. And Ben? Alright, instead of getting into that losing streak, we're gonna ascend to the winning streak and keep that going. Alright, once again, congratulations, both Spirit and Ben. Alright, we had a conversation with Ben and Spirit. Alright, let's check the standings and what alteration has been made.
Thank you very much, Brian, for the translation. And here are the standings. Afrika, of course, still in 5th. T1 still with a match to play and are ahead by a couple of points. We'll see whether they can bounce back here and make sure that they hold on to their 4th place position, because they will be tied with Afrika if they lose their next match.
And I mean, the thing is that on the right-hand side of the bracket, it's mostly KT is looking like they're the team that can maybe crack into the left-hand side, but with Afrika's level of dominance versus 6 through 10.
Yeah.
It is seeming just more and more unlikely. It almost feels like these standings are almost locked in a way, as weird as it sounds. We're only in week 6, and some stuff definitely could change. But T1 and Afrika, they're both trailing the top 3 by so much.
It's like there's 3 teams, T1 and Afrika, then fighting for 4th place.
Teams, yeah.
And then, yeah, well, I mean, not 5. Unfortunately.
Come on.
There's 3.
You know,
and then there's 2.
And then there's 2.
And we're going to see one of those 2 tomorrow. It's going to be Hummer Life versus T1. T1, if they lose to Hummer Life, 0-2, they will tie with Afrika at 4th place.
Remember, they dropped a game to them.
I mean, that is true. That's what happened in the first round robin. But then we're probably going to have a long break. And then DRX versus Gen G. This is going to be a huge one. Damwon fans, make sure you watch this, because that is going to be your hopes and dreams if Gen G are able to actually pick up a win. And then Damwon will be able to fight back and reclaim their position in that head-to-head. Like, really, really exciting match. Should be great to watch. BDD versus Chovy, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
And looking forward to it, seeing whether T1 can put themselves back together. But thank you so much for watching, guys. That'll do it for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone.